Hello? Chat? Nurse? Friends and followers? Do we stream on Twitch today? Is the Gundam Twitch scene real? Probably not. They probably don't even have a category. Poor people. Digimon doesn't have a category either. But we'll get Eagle on. It's our finals today. Season 1 finals. We had 11 weeks of Gundam card game, beta, tournament, craziness going on for over 2.5 months. More than that. And we're at the peak of the mountain. Yeah, exactly. We get to see our top 8 best players go at it. I think Eagle traditionally does these time free, so unlimited timed rounds. You know, obviously we'll have people watching, making sure no one's like abusing that. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, I believe these will be untimed rounds and best of 3. That's something. I guess I gotta wait to see if that's best of 3 or not. That might be a lie. I'll believe that that's a lie. but traditionally our Gundam players don't go to time, so we'll be fine. That being said, it's the finals. People will be winning a free our first place winner will be taking home a sealed beta kit. Which, if you guys have been following the Gundam card game, that sealed beta kit is money. Like, even if they already have it, which are to get, if you're playing proxy events and like achieving at this game at the highest accolade, which kind of like it's one of those things where I'm gonna say that the Eagles Nest tournament series for Gundam is the highest accolade, but that's because it's the only accolade. So it's like a little bit of cup half empty, half full. But like, we're gonna go with half full for the sentence because that just sounds better. That being said, where do we go from here? I think our players are sitting down, setting up. I think we're having our Eagle setting them up with their player meeting. So we'll get Eagle on here to co-commentate with me in a minute while we got some of our best and brightest from the week. We got Taidana, Zaiden. Who else we got? We got Marincessa, ASD Becker. Man, we got Dom up in here. And
Good
Levi.
evening. Good evening. How are we feeling tonight?
We're doing good. We're doing good. Excited. I just wanted to double check. It's untimed rounds all day today?
That is correct.
Best of 3 or no?
Best of 3, yeah.
Nice.
We said we're playing for big prizes tonight. If we're getting prizes tonight, we want to be on the fact that we won the set.
Nice. All right. Well, who do you got? Who do you got in mind for tonight's first round, Eagle?
I say we start with table 3.
Table 3. Let's get table 3 started for everybody. And for clarity in terms of the card pool, we are allowing every single card, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Something
Prior to Saturday, so they at least had like a few days of like a set list of cards.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
We didn't want anything revealed like last night to totally change how everyone maybe plays their deck. Who knows? They have like some giant boss secret equivalent.
Yeah.
That says you win the game. Conditions. Don't want to throw the players that far deep.
Yeah, that's fair. That'd be wild. It's like, this completely just changes the script. Do 2 damage to all blockers for even less than that one option does. Or, I always forget commands.
Yeah, but I'm very excited for tonight. I think this is going to be a really fun tournament, and I'm so excited for Season 2, man. We have so much under wraps, under plans.
Mm-hmm. I was our break screen today definitely had the new graphic for our Season 2 tournament. Oh wait, no, this is not the Season 2 tournament. This is just a
that's our one-off big tourney for it. It's basically the closest we get to a case tourney right now.
Fair enough. Let me show you guys real quick what that looks like. This screen. This is what we're talking about. This is on July 19th, 2 o'clock Central Time. We'll have a win a box alt or win a beta alt. Ooh, are the beta alts different from base set alts?
So these are the alt arts from beta. I have a pool of like 5 unique ones for players to choose from. So whoever wins the tournament will get their first picking, and then depending on the player count, we add more to the pool. So we can give away up to 5 beta alt arts.
Oh, that's exactly. Oh, and we should have all the cards revealed in time for this tournament, I think. So it'd be a full GDO.
So.
Or is it GDO one? GDO one? Is that or is it G?
Yeah.
Okay.
GDO1. Yeah, this is going to be taking place like 2 weeks before Gen Con give take, so it also gives players a really good chance to play test.
Ooh, that's a timely tournament then.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it was very intentionally planned to be like that, and super excited. We'll have links for all the tournaments in the Discord. We'll make announcement on Sunday of all the big things going on in the server as always. But looks like our players have resolved mulligans, and they are setting up, so we'll be starting here shortly.
Oh, that's exciting. All right, we got our token deck ready. We got our shields up. Wait, does Aizen have their shields up? It's gonna be a little hard to see Aizen's shields tonight. Hopefully they like provide a dice maybe for us. Oh, no, you can see the reflective blue a little bit. We'll be good. But that being said, Chad, how are you guys doing? Are you guys excited about Gundam now that it's, we spent the past 2.5-ish months playing, or I guess 3 months because we took a breaks here and there. But
yeah, I had a 2-week break to reset.
No, for sure. So We had a 2-week break, and so 3 months, pretty much 3 months of Gundam, and now it's actually coming out, which is gonna be really exciting. And it looks like we're gonna start off. Looks like we're trying to look at the. Looks like we're playing potentially the 1-drop rush, 1-year war deck that people keep playing. This is the I forget the name of it, but it allows you on deploy. It allows you to look at the top card of your deck, and either keep it or send it to the bottom.
Yeah, it's a 1-card scry. 1-card scry for 1 resource. If we have a way to pump 2 extra damage, there is support units that will do that, like the Gaza Sleeves. That will get enough damage to break key numbers, but that is the Zaku Sniper there. We know that the top card will provide the correct Xeon trait, so we add it to hand. Support, +1 attack on the Zaku, and now we're able to get all 3 damage and break the first shield.
Wow. That's pretty strong. Support is such a I feel like support is going to go a long way into this into the aggressive deck style. Being able to utilize the damage provided by a card you just played without having to link pair or something like that seems a little good personally. On the other side, we're going to get a Razzle down. Razzle.
Yeah, Razzle. It's a card that's super good into any blocker format because all your blockers have 4 HP. So just being able to natively swing and force either a trade with a 2-drop or just get the damage in is super good.
Right. No, I agree with that. And then, like on the flip side, we've also seen other cards like Sword Strike and actually specifically the Striker pack with the 4 HP points, allowing us to like really fend off boards like we're seeing across here with the another DOP. I guess it's called a DOP. What is this?
Yeah, DOP, DOPP. Now, if we're mispronouncing it, chat, let us know. We're doing our best here. But
yeah, funny syllables.
I think it's probably the most impactful 1-drop we have at this time in the Gundam TCG, because you have Demi Trainer, but just because it has 1 HP, it gets blocked half the time before it gets a chance to ever get a block off.
Yeah, or like where here it's if the DOP gets bounced, you just get to recycle the top, rescry the top of your deck, and with things like we just saw with the Sniper could lead into just more card advantage for, a rush deck, which traditionally that is usually their weakness, is just running out of cards, running out of steam, and not being able to crest the peak of winning the game. And we're gonna use the Char to link pair into our Sniper and going into we get a shield. We get the Academy letting us look at the top 2 cards, sending 1 to the top of the deck and the bottom 1 to the bottom, effectively ripping up that invitation in half.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite references here, and like because you already know from playing other Bandai games, they love keeping these thematic elements into the game based off of the source material, and that's just one of the little things. Once my friend showed it to me, I'm like, dude, this is like forever on repeat in my head.
Yeah, that is going to be commentator gold for the rest of eternity until that card is no longer seeing play. But now we have our green-blue player, definitely a more unique color pairing in terms of like, because this is like usually we see green-blue as the rush strategy, as for the most part we see here on our rush side. I'm not sure. I don't think we've revealed what our second color is yet on the DOP and Char side. I think all these units are green, unless the Sniper is a different color, but I do believe it's green.
Sniper, I think it's actually red. I think
is it?
Red.
Oh, it is. Yeah, I guess all the support units are red, so we are red-green. Traditionally, we do see the blue-green for these rush strategies, but red has been a great supporter of a rush strategy as well. And then we get a link pair of the RX-78 and Amuro Ray. Interesting enough, choosing we did choose to attack into the board and then repair the damage away very nicely. Now we have a choice here on the aggro side of things. Are we going to attack into the Razzle, clear it with our DOP? Here's another support sniper here. These are 2 support snipers. Wow. I believe these are support snipers, but these are Char Zaku's actually. So unable to attack, but definitely representing some damage going in here. Not attacking with the DOP into the shields though. That shield out of life really probably stalls this game out very heavily into the green blue's favor. Attacking Razzle into the shield, finally getting rid of that EX base, and then attacking into shield one more time. Another proxy, and then this card we actually get. Is this the vanilla health scythe? Oh no, this is this is the other card. Let me get that on the screen. This is a fairly newish card. We haven't seen it too often, but definitely just adding more to Operation Meteor and fleshing them out for sure. I forget. Yeah, oh, this is Duo's Leo. That's what I'm pretty sure that's Duo's Leo. Yeah. Gonna get that on the screen for you guys. Are you muted? You're muted. I don't know why. There you go. You fixed it. Or something. Still can't hear you.
Okay, sorry. I was having we had tech issues.
Oh,
so.
okay. You were doing something. Okay, sorry. I didn't know if you were intentionally or unintentionally muted. Got it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, I purposely hopped down.
Got it. All right. So Duo Leo on board now has 1 damage on it as well as the Razzle. It's our turn. Our security or our shields are completely cleared now. We have 1 shield left on the blue green side.
It looks like it's probably more of a mid-range deck than an aggro deck, if I were to say myself. Just because whenever you see the RX, it typically means you have a little bit more of your mid-rangey bodies. You're not emphasizing the weenies as much.
Mm-hmm.
But this is typically a pick I would say is like to try sniping blue-white control decks, because you're just able to pump out more like heavy top-end units while having good draw engine still. It's definitely an engine I would expect to see if you're expecting a heavy blue-white meta. But if you're getting sniped by aggro, that might just be the end of your run. If you just get sniped twice by it. I'm saying sniped. It's matchup roulette end of the day, right?
Yeah, that's true. We get a Charzaku out of the top of our deck here. That could be pretty painful if and we're attacking into shield. A little risky. Is that... Nope, not a burst. Nice. Any burst pilot could end our game. We're going to have 4 cards on the return of this. If we could potentially get a link pair on... Here's a health scythe. And... Oh, both health scythes, I believe. The vanilla and the legend rare.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's actually as repair 1. So it's not full vanilla.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it gives you a way to like have sustain against aggro decks.
Mm-hmm. Here, the only problem is we're not representing game unless we have a link pair. On the blue-green side, our blue-green side, however, could have potentially 2 link pairs. Oh, we're gonna get the Fommel. The Fommel base down, drawing a card, potentially being in the extra card we need. But with this much resources, I doubt we can actually have the double link pair. And we're going to play down, what's that? The command orders or combat orders to do 2 damage? It looked like... Oh, no. I guess we'll see how this card resolves. The written proxies tend to be a little difficult for webcam.
Yeah, we had a few players ask today, like, hey, I don't have access to a printer, or my printer's not working right now, being type of thing. What can I do? And I said, we'll allow the Digimon rule of proxies, where you have to write all the key effects for the cards to be used, and that's where we're at here tonight. Just make sure everyone's able to play the strongest power deck.
2 tokens for this card? What card is this?
It is powerful. The Green Command. It's a level 5 2 cost, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can get that on the screen. I think it's the first time we see that on stream.
Dole Zabi deployed 2 1/1 Zaku 2 tokens is the main effect. And the part you probably care about is if you're playing this, you're probably playing Big Zam, because that is the Link name, if I remember correctly.
Oh, true.
Yeah, Dazzle Zabi. If anyone does not know, Exam is basically that top end people are playing in their aggro decks now, because not only does it have reach, it's a big body, it's well statted, but it also has undeploy. If there's 10 or more Neon Xeon units in the trash, you deal 4 damage to all units with blocker. It's actually a way to squeak by with more damage, or just get rid of all the basically walls from your win condition, right?
All right, do we have the link pair? Yeah, it looks like we do have the link pair, and we don't have any response from the other side. Unfortunate for the red-green player, red-green rush, Aku rush, if you will, being able to not. Like, it's really important there that, like, you know, the red-green rush didn't really have link pairs of their own. They're just like, I guess the deck really has to focus around more.
They're more unit focus. Because the reason you see them more unit centric is Char is the only pilot they're guaranteed to run 4 of at this point now. Some builds do run full frontal as the secondary pilot,
Right?
But you just, once you see your first Char, you're going to be recycling it using Char's Gelgoog, because all you have to do is pitch a Xeon Neon unit card from hand, and then you get to play the Char from trash for free.
Right.
So that's the deck building philosophy for red-green aggro for all the Xeon players out there, right?
But our players are going to shuffle up, and we're going to go into game 2, because we are playing a best of 3 of a first for the Gundam tournament series. A lot of firsts we were able to accomplish with the Gundam season 1 tournament series. I started the stream by telling chat that this whoever wins this will effectively have the highest and greatest accolade given out in the Gundam Guard game.
That's true. That's true. This is something that players have been building up for. They've played for quite a while at this point, and they've had to learn how to deck build. I think that's the biggest thing. You showcase more deck building skills each and every week.
And I think it really does help too, because content creators have been using some of the deck lists that get generated from this, and I feel like that content that then stems from this, like, allows people to really learn, like, what are the winning ratios for a Gundam deck. I think in early Digimon, oftentimes the big question was like, well, how many level 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s do I run? How does it make sense? Where do we go? And we kind of see that with Gundam, right? How many pilots, how many commands, how many units? And I think this tournament has really allowed to give people an avenue to really test that out.
Yeah. I will say, just quick question for everyone here in chat. I see we got 23 of y'all joining us tonight. First of all, welcome. If you're a first-time viewer here, definitely appreciate it if you can like, comment, subscribe to the video. Boost the algorithm, get the notifications going for you, because you'll be seeing more Gundam content each week, as we will be starting Season 2 next week.
Ooh.
Same time, same place. The biggest difference is it's a best of 1, and you're playing for GDO1 packs. We're doing effectively a split-a-box each week.
Wow, and that's going to be pretty big, considering the word on the grapevine is allocation has crippled a lot of local card shops.
And here's the thing, too. Like, we're not only giving out boxes that I have 100% guaranteed allocation for, but we're allowing to use a proxy. So if you don't have those cards in yet, you'll be able to play with proxies. Just try out stuff before you commit dollars to the game.
Yeah, because with allocation being a mess, those first waves of cards are going to be pretty. There's going to be some money behind them. So at least we let you play with proxies.
Yeah, and I'm just super excited to see what all our players are bringing tonight. Oh yeah, but the question I was getting ready to ask chat, though, is what decks are you guys excited to see people pilot tonight? Is there something that you guys are wanting to see more of? Are you wanting to see blue-white control? Are you wanting to see more Xeon Rush? Are you wanting to see more mid-rangey decks? Because we'll do our best to put those games on stream for y'all. But if we don't get any responses, I'll just kind of do my best for picking the most unique matchups or something that's like more fun to watch per se.
All right, so we are continuing with our rush strategy. We have no base to worry about, so all 3 of these will just go immediately into the shield area. Getting 2 pilots off of this is actually kind of insane. However, we might be representing way too many attacks. A single link pair on this board state could spell could just mean that our blue-green matchup is going into game 2 here, or game 3, I should say.
Oh, did we forget? We forgot to put our EX space down.
Oh, rest in peace. That's funny.
It's fine. It's a really easy fix here.
All right, so we're gonna go.
Yeah, so your goal here is, if you're playing blue-green mid-range, you're playing for board right now until you can get those closing late-game turns where you can comfortably swing, you maybe starve your opponent of all the resources you can. But for tonight, just to answer your question here in chat, what's legal for tonight? Every single card from beta, first of all, and then any card that was spoiled before Saturday is legal to use tonight. So if there is something that was revealed last night or Monday,
I think there's only a couple cards that like fill that gap, right? Of like the couple of days that wouldn't be legal for this, right?
Yeah, it's literally like 3 days worth of spoilers, just so people had like a solid card pool saying nothing else is changing from this list.
Yeah, just no dog, no red dog, guys. I'm sorry. I know that's
the red dog. A lot of people were actually pretty excited for it. They're like, this card looks pretty good.
You see the dog with a sword in its mouth. That's the one way to win my heart over. Looks like, yeah, our blue-green has to give it up there. This is just too much board pressure, along with a potential link pair to go for game. It was just too much pressure. And I think it's based off the idea. I think that it's interesting that the aggro deck chose, I think they chose to go second there. And having access to that EX resource to just go more aggressive, essentially.
Yeah, like your high roll going second as aggro is opening up with the Zaku 2, which says the on attack gain 2 attack points, so you can break the EX space, but then you use that coin immediately for another unit. So it could be a second Zaku 2. Normally you see them play DOP, so they can get a little bit more consistency in finding the cards they want. So maybe you're trying to dig for Char immediately. You would start bot decking anything that isn't a Char pilot.
I just find it so amusing that traditionally against an aggressive deck, you don't want them to be on the play, right? But here it just feels like it's way like you want to give them the play because you don't want them to have the extra energy or our card in hand. You want them to be able, essentially be able to starve themselves out sooner and not have as the level advantage on you, because going second, you essentially have a level advantage against your opponent until you finally do decide to use up that resource.
Yeah, it's just the fact that you can spam more bodies if you're going second. Even though you don't get the first turn swinging, your swings are more like value heavy, like you're doing a lot more work with them.
I want to see a more Gundam gameplay outside of beta only cards. Yeah, that's fair. I think what we were to accomplish here over the past 11 weeks was definitely something very unique and not something you get to see very often in card games in general. We like essentially every tournament we added like 3 to 5 new cards to the pool because we were just allowing people to use whatever spoilers were getting revealed as they were being revealed. And here now we're weeks away from the release essentially, and from there we'll have the full set release, and yeah, after that it's just business as usual for card game. Looks like we do have the DOP first turn, and it's going to be our blue-green's turn. Blue-green mid-range. What are they going to do turn 1? Probably pass. There's not a lot. I feel like they don't have a lot of level 2 one-drop plays. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, typically you don't see decks emphasize level 1 units. They're just not worth it most of the time. But it looks like we do have the Gaza sleeves to give support to, so this is a 3 damage DOP that gets to break the base. And that's the thing about aggro. You can go first or second, and you have like very good playable lines. But if you're going first versus second as all the other decks, you typically value that EX resource so much more because it gets you board tempo, because you get that level advantage.
Hellscythe, and then Rick Dom in the shield area for the blue-green player.
Yep, that does look correct there from what I see in the trash as well.
And now we gotta see what we're going to keep doing. We're gonna play Char Zaku 2 into a normal Zaku 2.
Yeah, so we are going to level 4. We are able to start using Amuro on our side, so if we have a way to tap down our opponent's units, Good chance you'll start seeing it probably subsequent turns, because your goal is to get rid of as many units as possible, slow down this aggression, play a base if possible, while you're like balancing in those damage.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully we get a big thing here would probably be seeing something like a shield in or a base in life, or maybe just a base in hand would be really nice. You're gonna rest 2 resource, and it's gonna be that very same base that we were talking about. 5 life. 2 resources ends up being gonna be most of our turn here, unfortunately. Hopefully we can do something about that, seeing as we need to be able to answer this board here pretty soon. This base will potentially eat up 2 attacks, but that's not saying too much. We'll see where
Yeah, the
this
5
goes.
damage is a little hard to get to. The 5 damage is not the easiest unless you just keep dumping more support units. But most likely, your best play as the mid-range player is to get a 2-cost body down. Like, you're going to burn that EX resource, but that's because you have to do these trades.
Yep.
They're not going to be doing ping damage against you, so you don't have to worry about that. You're just trying to get as many trades, stopping as much damage coming at your face as possible.
Right. You're really just counting down the hand size. Our red-green player has what I believe to be 6 or 5 cards left in hand, and you just have to keep tracking that. And honestly, the Death Scythe here might be pretty useful for just continuously chipping away at some of these bodies.
Yeah, and it has repair 1s. Like, we were talking about that. Giving more sustain in this matchup,
they have
such a big deal.
They have the Charzaku with the link pair. Amuro right hand, and that's going to be the entirety of the rest of the shields. I think we just went too fast this game as well. Not being able to get a shield, not able to get a base early enough to stop the early aggression, and into not getting enough, like the flip side, not getting enough units on board to clear the aggression.
Your best case scenario here is you play a base for 2. You play a blocker of some sort here. You swing over 2 guys, but you don't have blockers outside of Y. I think that is just game with how fast they're able to go getting the char link on their was it the sleeves there? Yeah, Gaza the sleeves. So you had the extra damages you need.
Yeah. And we are gonna go Razzle into the Charzaku too, which is gonna make the token, which is just gonna be. Oh wait, no, this is the one that searches.
Yeah, that's the other Char's Gelgig, or not Gelgig, Charzaku.
Okay.
Yeah, so it helps maintain hand size. We do a trade over one of the other units here, and got 3 units left on board. You can play 2 units, but that's just game. Yeah, we had Duo's Leo, which is a great card against aggressive decks, but if you just don't have turn, that's all you can do. That is on was it 4 resources, guys. Yeah, that was the end of this set, a best of 3.
Yeah,
went to game 3.
Yeah, that just didn't have time to really try to answer that board. Think we maybe needed more units early instead of. We just, man, that's just rough. I think we needed to get down more attacks on board and quickly. Without that, we weren't able to do all too much, unfortunately. Let's see if there's another table we can go to.
I say we have to table 1 here.
All right, let's go to table 1.
So we are going to see a blue-white matchup here, but we get to see Levi, who's emphasizing a unicorn top-in versus a more traditional blue-white control deck.
Let's see. They'll be on the screen now. Ooh, Mr. Cowboy Bebop changed their webcam angle. That's fun.
Yeah, try and give the most holistic view, and it looks like we are almost on level 10, so this is going to be a matchup that's so much more board-centric compared to what you would see other matchups be. Blue-white versus blue-white, you guys both have the same ways to keep hand size. It's just a way of who manages the resources better, who's able to answer these board states, maybe get the better stat trades, who has the better card tempo, because we talk about card advantage a lot in this matchup, right?
We'll see. Oh man, the way the white, mostly just white mirrors. The trading environment is so so awkward because it just comes down to, do I have Archangel? Do I need to protect my Archangel? If you don't have it, you lose a lot of the potential aggression you could have. Do I block? Because then I don't have that attacker on the crackback. But man, getting to see the I love this this one of the newest reveals. This is the destroy mode for the Gundam Unicorn archetype.
Yeah, it gives you a really good way to start like trading into bodies on your opponent's board, because it just has a generic attack effect of choose an enemy unit and rest it. That's all you do. And if you're playing the blue-white mirror, or blue-white mirror, we're just talking colors, not necessarily archetypes as much. It gives you a way to start controlling a lot better than what your opponent might be able to do, and also your stat lines might be so much more relevant than people are prepared for, because Boninger giving a +2/+2.
Oh yeah.
So assuming you have the canonical link, that makes it what, a 7/6, and I'm pretty sure that breaks into anything green, because the biggest stat line you get is to 7 HP.
Yeah.
So you're guaranteed a way to trade in every matchup. And having 6 HP, what does that get around? That gets around 5 attack units, so it's like any blocker with Soletta.
Yep, it does. Any blocker with Soletta, and then on top of that, I find it interesting that you're able to, like, the way this card works is like you have to destroy your own Gundam Unicorn, which I do believe Gundam Unicorns have when destroyed effects, so you can attack with your normal Unicorn and then essentially mode switch into destroy mode. I always found that, and then being able to recycle the pilot on top of that is a very amusing line of play.
Yeah, because the big thing is, like, you get to return the Boninger to your hand at the cost of discarding a card, but whenever you link Boninger, you draw a card. So you're effectively cycling every time you use him, and you just have... The idea is, like, you have more value on the same turn, right?
All right, so it is going to be, it's Levi's turn currently, or Watercolor's playmat. Our base does have 3 damage on it, so 2 health left. Maybe we got to consider trading that out. I don't think we have any shields left, so this is our base is our only line of defense, unfortunately.
For Levi's side, he has 3 shields. That's what the dice is indicating.
Oh, it's not damage on the base? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's number of life remaining. Or at least that's what it looks like to me.
Okay, fair enough. So then we attack and get blocked, but the Kira did allow us to keep that keep our body a little safe, and then perfect strike into launcher strike. And just like that, we went from a clear board to a clear board on our opponent's side into 3 blockers. This is how volatile the white mirror can be, and we're gonna use 3 resources here to play our show of resolve, draw 2 cards. And,
yeah, that's something that, like, if your opponent does it, you basically have to do it sooner than later, because they will start accruing a big hand advantage unless you're able to rush them down. That is the other alternative that can happen in this.
Yep. And so from here, where does our play go? Mr. Christmas Dragon sleeves. We're gonna rest 2. It's gonna be a Rezel, and then rest 3 into an RX-78, and then unfortunately not having a link pair up in Nazure potentially. But 2 bodies on board does keep us from taking damage here. We don't want to really be giving up our blockers all too much. Here,
yeah,
I think go ahead.
I was going to say, just like another thing that's like really key here is, you notice Levi has exactly 1 HP left on that Ale Strike with the Kira, right? If you play against someone who has perfect strike, they have to bounce it because it's the only target, and it's not an optional bounce effect.
Oh, wow.
If you bounce that unit, you're effectively healing it for full while giving them more hand advantage.
Yeah, and like because of the link pair, the pilot does follow wherever the unit goes, and because of that, we would just give our opponent another free link pair to attack into us next game or next turn if we don't answer that situation. So I don't like to that point. I don't see Levi attacking with this. Never mind, I lied. I guess we could restand it. We could restand it. This clears the base, and there's no chance of a block on the other side anyway. So we're probably gonna use the Archangel to restand this Ale Strike, unless we just have other plays. But I definitely think one of the best plays we could be doing is restanding the Ale Strike. But
yeah, I do also want to give a shout out to everyone watching here in the stream. All 30 of y'all, welcome. First of all, it's your first time. Love to see y'all here. Also, I think this is probably the most viewers we've had at the same time for Gundam so far. So seeing support for this stuff lets us know we're going in the right direction for content you guys do want to see also.
Perfect Strike does trade, and instead of restanding our Ale Strike, we opt to actually leave it rested to go for a really wide board here, a 5 units wide board into the 4 shields, so we have exact lethal if our opponent doesn't bring down any blockers this turn. So I guess we'll see, but a white base does help a little, not too much. We do have easy attacks that do clear the 5 HP of our bases in a single strike, so we still do need these blockers to help us adjust the math. Looks like we have another show of resolve, but we are going to use the white base's ability to play a token based on how many units we have. So we're getting the maximum value of getting an RX-78 3/3 token on the board. Rest 3, Perfect Strike will bounce their Perfect Strike, being able to dodge, having to bounce the Ale Strike with the link pair.
Yeah, just telling you, like, he was probably playing around. Oh, and we have to bounce the Ale Strike now. I think he's just like, make sure. Yeah, he's like, oh, shoot, I didn't realize that. My apologies. Like, that's totally fine. Both players are on board. It's totally fine with short little fixes like that, because it's really hard to like always be looking at the screen, at your board, thinking your resources for your optimal lines.
Yeah, and I think we just played the Strike Gundam, which is just an on deploy, draw 1, trash 1. Nice little hand fixer there.
Yeah, I just will say Levi set himself up really well. He's able to flood the board. He's able to basically control the matchup right now, control the tempo. Because when it goes back to his turn, he has all these units to swing with. That Rezel, we talked about it briefly earlier. It hits really key numbers. You notice all these blockers, 4 HP, no pilots underneath. It will do a clean trade or just make it really awkward for his opponent.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I think depending on the attack string, we definitely have to just attack with the Rezel. Or we have to just allow the Rezel to hit the white base if that's the target, the attack they choose to go first. Or just let it through outright. We'll see a show resolved from Levy. I didn't even know this was going on. Just stumbled while looking for some links. Well, I'm glad the algorithm helped you find us, man. This is a show we run every week. Just a quick plug. And this is our season 1 finals. Season 2 is going to start next week, right? So, yeah.
And this is an event where I try to make it as like value centric for players as possible. Like, this finals tournament is completely free, and the grand prize is a sealed English beta box. I want to specify it's an English sealed beta box I have for the players. So they're not playing for just scraps. They're not just playing for a random title. They're playing for a title that has a lot of weight to it. Because not only are they playing for such a high-end pricing, but they have earned points showing that they're not only players that are strong players, but they are consistently strong players.
Yeah, definitely. And we're seeing Levi here resolve 2 show of resolves. Drawing into a lot of cards here, and another overflowing infection. What could we be digging for here from Levi to I mean, we do have this impressive board state with I believe it is 4 different blockers, but all our opponent on the other side, the Cowboy Bebop playmat, really needs to do is just have either an Amuro Ray to rest. I think like with this 1 shield with 3 damage on here. Oh no, it is 3 shields. Never mind. I just found the cards finally mentally. But yeah, we're tied up on shields, so
I mean, realistically,
it could go either way.
Like, you just want to do all the 5 damage swings as possible, and then if you can't do any, you're just going to be restanding the blockers that are applicable here. Brian in chat says most stores will not allow proxies for any tournament. The big ones definitely not, so need to open a fair bit of product from boosters for some of the other decks that have strong showings. Yeah, and that's one thing that's actually a really big advantage here. Here at the Eagle's Nest, we're not tied to an LGS. It's not even an official Bandai event. This is all community ran by the community for the community. So we're able to accommodate players as friendly, as openly as possible for everyone here, which is why you do see the use of proxies. Our goal is to make sure players have power or access to the most powerful decks or what they think will be the most optimal decks to build at all times.
And I think off the back of that, allowing such rule sets for our community-driven webcam tournaments has led to some really competitive, a really competitive play scene for. We also run Digimon, and you know, just most recently, some of our most what's the word?
Our locals, our regulars for
Yes.
Digimon, they had so much showings in the last regional. I think we had like 4 or 5 people get invites the last regional.
Or if it wasn't
winning.
an actual Eagle's Nest player, it was someone inspired by a Eagle's Nest deck list or something. So definitely these proxies and being able to do them every weekend and showing them for people has definitely had an impact on the tournament competitively.
Like a really positive way too. Now, yes, if you're playing in any official Bandai store, Bandai event, they will require real cards. But that's, like I said, we're trying to help bridge that gap so it's more accessible for people.
We also... Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, just real quickly, yes, these deck lists will be public after the tournament. I'm probably going to make a YouTube video going over them, just showcasing, talking about some deck building decisions, and probably, if I can, get a chat with whoever the champion is as well.
That would be cool.
Sorry, you're getting ready to say something though, Risu?
Yeah, I was also going to add to the rule set that we have here is just, or at least accommodating so anybody can play. I mean, in our Digimon scene in comparison, we allow people to play from Latin America, Canada, and with payment options that really do help those players like comfortably play these games and keep these tournaments accessible to as many people as possible.
Yeah, exactly. And great question, Josh. How do you join these tournaments in the future? So the biggest thing, first of all, is joining the Eagle's Nest Discord below. I believe Risu has it in the description of the stream here.
Yes.
But when you join that server, I make an announcement every single Sunday. If I don't, it's going to be one of my admins of all the tournaments that are going on that week. We have 2 Digimon tournaments and 1 Gundam tournament going on each week. Limitless is where you sign up. That's where you submit your deck list. And we do all the table matches in the Eagle's Nest server. So if you guys aren't in the server, make sure you join the link below.
All right, so we have the classic white-blue mirror standoff where it's just not comfortable to attack with a lot of these blockers, or not effective to attack with blockers. Cowboy Bebop playmat has lost their Archangel, which can be a devastating... is definitely a devastating situation because now we don't get the aggressiveness out of many of our blockers here, but we are just going to keep playing. We play another 2 Perfect Strike Gundams. We are down to 1 card where I believe Levi still has a much bigger hold over resources in their hand. I think they have 5 cards after resolving so many show of resolves, allowing them to draw 2, plussing 1 off of every card played, or every show of resolve played.
Yeah, and one thing I guess I will mention is, just in case it comes up tonight, I'm hoping games resolve before this happens, but if you have no cards to draw at any point during your turn, it's like One Piece deck out rules. You just instantly lose.
Oh, really? I didn't know One Piece said you instantly lose. Oh.
Yeah, it's an instant check. Digimon's the only game that I'm aware of, actually, in all the Bandai games, that is not instant loss once you have 0 cards in deck. Because you have to have 0 cards in deck at the draw step.
Well, in Digimon, I thought that,
for Digimon,
I thought that was a blanket rule for Bandai card games. You don't lose until the start of your turn.
Nope, it's a blanket if you draw to 0 in Bandai games.
Wow,
Digimon's the exception.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I guess in that sense it makes sense in Digimon. You just draw so much, and inherently through your plays you have to draw, so it would be a little awkward. Like that, it becomes a necessary rule sometimes.
Yeah, but just going back to the game, though, let's talk about our players. Levi at the bomb here on the Watercolors playmat. He's played pretty much every single tournament in this series. He even played this when he was out of the country and like on a vacation, I think is what it was.
I remember this, yes.
But he is known for basically innovating and piloting the early aggro decks. So he is the first one to show, hey, aggro has a chance if I'm playing aggro, this is the line I see. These are the numbers that make sense. And he has been the one that's like deck built those first that people start stenciling off of. So that is where he got the majority of his points with, but he has pocketed blue-white control in certain formats. Once the beta format got really solved and it's really hard to play aggro, he did switch over. So he does have experience on the deck. Dom, on the other hand, has pretty much been a blue-white control player the entire time, with a little bit of tops with 1 Year War Rush.
Right. Which 1 Year War Rush is what we saw a little bit earlier with can be blue or red, but also can be blue, red, or green. I think are the big 3 colors for that deck. And we saw how powerful the DOP and a lot of those little 1-drops can be here. But yeah, no, we've just cleared the board from Levi. Looks like we are going to be able to do a lot here. Bounce the perfect strike. Oh no, we're gonna bounce that card, attack into, and then we're gonna attack into the perfect strike instead, re-clearing the board, and resting another. Wow, making sure that our opponent just is out of options. They're gonna go into this turn with 3 cards and 2 shields. Another link pair from Levi could just take the whole game here on the crackback. So we'll see if these 3 cards are enough for us to get away with it. It's going to be a Strike Gundam. Going to allow us to draw 1, trash 1. I'm going to have to trash a Sword Strike Gundam, a newer card that we've seen some success with. Oh, this is a nice top deck. Show of Resolve, getting able to +1 a card here.
Yeah, and you got the right one this time. You got the right one, man.
Yeah, man, it took me 11 weeks. 11 weeks, but we got here.
Yeah, but I definitely think the color identity of white has showcases the best support color.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. I was just going to say, this strike was just played, so it can't swing with it yet.
Having, I mean, being the only color with blocker, I don't know if that's the identity I want for white. I feel like I want some of the other color, at least one other color, have access to blockers, but we'll see going into maybe set 2 or the starter decks where if any other colors pick up blocker, because I think it is a little odd to have only one color with blockers. Maybe less effective blockers can be seen in other colors, and making it white's identity to be the most effective blockers in terms of stat lines and level to cost ratios. But
chat says blue has a blocker. What does blue have that has blocker?
I guess they have 1.
Oh, the custom, the violent custom. If you have 4 more, if your opponent has 4 more units in play, this enemy gains blocker. So it's like a conditional blocker.
I see.
I'm doing a quick scroll through blue to see what else might be a blocker, but that's the only one that. Oh, and you do have the Ares also from the Oz series. And you do have the 1-drop. You do have a Tragos also. So you do have a few. It's just not super common.
Yeah, we have not seen a lot of them.
Chat beat me to that. Chat had all 3 of them.
Yeah, they already knew, man. It's crazy. Those are definitely cards we did not see play over our 11 weeks of Eagles Nest start events.
Yeah, exactly. They might be a little bad.
But we do get the Unicorn Gundam Destroy mode down here. Our Cowboy Bebop playmat definitely struggling. We finally clear the Archangel into a Rezel. Here, 3 attacks might just be it. If Levi has a link pair, this could just spell the end of this game. I don't know if it's the round, but all right, the Destroy mode will go in, resting the
blocker.
Yeah, resting the blocker.
You choose whatever you want to rest to. It's not just like stuck to one thing having to block.
And that Kira to hand.
That's going to be game here. And we'll see if we're going into game 2 or 3 here.
I mean, that was a grind. I would not be surprised if that was only game 1. Our first game of the night, definitely, a speedier decks. Aggro definitely facilitates. I mean, winning by the time your opponent has 4 or 5 resources definitely is a speedy situation here. I think these players got to a full 10 resources this game, which is, an impressive defensive feat as well. Ares, the best of the 3, but you don't play blue for the blocker support. It's true. It's nice clutch tag versus non-white, honestly. Yeah, I could see that, Dan.
But yeah, dude, like we're so close to the release. Like the starter decks come out next week, man.
Right.
Are you signed up for any Gundam starter deck release events at all?
No, I've been taking it a little easy on trying to get product. If I stumble into product, I will get product. But for now, it's just not worth the stress of trying to make sure I get my one box or my starter decks or whatever, and just let the community scenes around me actually get access to those. I think is my goal. But but you were able to secure basically the product you're gonna be needing for the weekly webcam tournaments every week.
Yeah, so my priority was to get a case for myself so my friend and I can split and get our play sets, and then a second case for these webcam locals, because these are 11 weeks long. And here's a surprise, chat. I'm doing one box of prize support each week. And guess what week 12 is, aka the 12th box? That's our circuit finals, where people have a chance to win a free booster box. So we might have that as at least a first bit of guaranteed prize support for our season 2 circuit finals. Who doesn't love a free box tourney?
None, no one. Yeah, that I guess that is a selling point we haven't mentioned quite yet, or explicitly stated. These top 8 players tonight are playing for free, so any prizing they're earning here is essentially for free. It is a reward for showing up and performing and having the top 8, one of the top 8 most points received in the season. So tonight is a free tournament with amazing prizing. That again being the a sealed Gundam beta kit.
Yeah. And just for anyone who doesn't know, it's like, man, I wasn't here for the first half, so it was just impossible for me to get an invite. We do a best 5 finish limit. So if you've played 5 tournaments, that's the most results you can store. It will store your best 5 records on Limitless for those invites. So if you play 11 weeks, you don't have an advantage point-wise. You just have a chance of improving your best 5.
Yeah, and I like that. I like that. I think it's one of the things that makes the most sense. It kind of stifles the whole idea of like maybe a pay to win scenario where it's just like, oh, if I just show up to all 11, surely numbers wise dictate that I'll just have the most points from there. So definitely is a nice median between showing up often but also performing often.
Yeah. Like, if you can't make it every single tournament, we had someone who only showed up for 4 tournaments for Gundam and be able to get their invite because they were just effective when they played.
Exactly.
And same thing for Digimon. We have twice as many tournaments. Like, we do a Monday and Thursday webcam local, and we did have, in Season 5, we had one person with a perfect record.
Right.
But then we had this last season, I think 69 points was the most someone got, both in Gundam and Digimon.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
The wife is allowing me to do 4 cases? 4 cases?
I don't think we're talking about cases. I think we're talking about events.
Oh, okay. Got it. I don't know, man. I saw the comment about starter decks. My mind went to product, and then I said 4. I was like, that's a. I see why you married them. If they allowed you to do that, that's crazy.
Yeah. But yeah. Any chances to move the day and time? It's hard for European players. So Brandon, this has always been a struggle. Just because we are based out of the U.S., we try to make our time as friendly as possible for as many people as possible. And the times that we typically hit all places in the U.S. well. And because that's where our staff and where our stream is based out of, that is our first focus. Europeans are always welcome to join. For anyone who doesn't know, we allow international participants at all times.
Yep.
For Digimon, Latin America players love it because they work together as a team and they get one really big package shipped together.
Yep.
But even if you're playing just by yourself, if you top, every single time you top, you get $5 shipping credit, and that just adds up to getting free products or free shipping for your products.
And it goes without saying that like Eagle is really, what's the word, flexible. Like he will work with you, the staff will work with you to try to work out something that works for both parties to the best of Eagle's ability, and usually tries to favor the player over above all else. So if there's something that can do, it just is, yeah, like you said, we here in the US we have to accommodate up to 3 different time zones, starting from the East Coast and all the way to the West, which does make Europe suffer in that scenario, because we can only make it so late so the West Coast players can actually get out of work and play, and so it's really hard to make it earlier.
But that's why, I know we've already talked about it a little bit, but that's why our Beta Alt-Arts tournament is going to be on a Saturday starting at 2 p.m. Central.
We do host weekend events sometimes, and then those are, again, same rules apply to all of it.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that tournament gets a really big showing. It's like 2 weeks before Gen Con. I got Beta Alt-Arts, the quality ones. I'm not talking just first contacts. I'm talking pilots. I'm talking units. And that's going to be what, like July 19th, I think is what it is. I know we showed the graphic.
Yep.
My brain only remembers so much.
I feel that. We'll show the graphic, and actually, no. We'll show the graphic in again here in a little bit. Oh, fire! That sounds perfect. When is that one? That is, you know what? People are asking. It's on the screen. Take your screen cap real quick because I want to get back to the gameplay. But at July 19th, it's in 2 weekends from now. So yeah, we'll have a link a little later. But the most important thing is join the Discord. Discord in the link in the description below. That is the #1 place to ask your questions and stay up to date on anything Eagle's Nest, Gundam, Digimon related. So please join the Discord at the bottom. Get the Gundam server role, and just be part and be aware if that is the questions you want answered.
Yeah, but thanks for joining, Saga. Definitely appreciate it, man. We know it's probably going to be a long stream just because it's best of three rounds,
untimed as well. So
yeah, just because we said, hey guys, we technically don't have a TRM to say what the tiebreakers are, and we're going to make sure that these games aren't done by a TRM that says, hey, you're going to win if you have more life. Like, we want the players to play the full sets.
Yeah, I agree. Just
which is
a
good
full
for you guys.
Game. Yeah.
More content for you guys.
Exactly. All right, guys, I gotta head out. I'll watch the VOD later, and I'll peek into signing up for one of those. All right. Yeah, thank you, Saga.
Yep, we do have an update on table 4. Becker did take the round 1 against Marinesas 2-0. So we have Becker, we have Zaidzen, and then the winner of Haidana and Nick, and winner of Levi and TLD here in this round.
I guess we'll have to see. I guess it's hard to say if this is game 2 or 3. But we will be attacking into the shields, clearing the Archangel instantly. No blockers from Dom's side of things right now. I do believe this is, I forget what this is. What is this proxy? It's a newer one added to the card pool. It's hard to keep up with our this isn't Mobius. No, this isn't Mobius. It's a 2-drop. Where are you? Is this just, it's a 3-2 as well? Like, I just don't know. We'll get there. I'll find it.
So this is the level 2-drop blocker that cannot attack players, but it is a blocker.
Oh, it is a blocker. So we are allowing these attacks through. Interesting.
I'm pretty sure that's what it is, at least. I could be wrong here, chat. If I'm wrong, let me know. I'm pretty sure that's the blocker or the unit that is in play. Here, let me see. I'm trying to match the picture, so I'm doing the best for my memory here.
Yeah, I'm trying to match the picture. That's my current.
Yeah, because we took a 2-week break, so
yeah, we missed the 2 weeks of
spoilers.
Yeah,
Zowart is what it is.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see it. Yes.
Yeah, for all 37 of y'all joining us, welcome to the stream. We're in the middle of round 1. We are already able to showcase aggro in round 1. Red-green aggro, just taking it against blue-green mid-range, and we're showcasing 2 blue-white decks, one having a unicorn top in, and the other being a more traditional blue-white control deck. And Levi's already been able to punch at damage. He's already gone through the EX base. So that means any damage moving forward is just going to start eating up the shields. But if we don't have the board advantage or board tempo, we could lose and start spiraling a little faster than our opponent.
Opting to give up our
We're
shield
choosing
here.
to let Archangels can go ahead and go. My guess is he might have more bases in his hand because he wants to start drawing his life without, I guess, effectively wasting his shield, right?
Yeah, and the Razzle, we opt to not attack with the Razzle as we do have some easy blocks that will clear it without losing body armor, and so making the attacks here a little awkward. And yeah, that's a key thing in these blue-white things. Like, how many Show of Resolves are potentially in our shield area, and how many of them can we pluck out using an Archangel or a white base, I think is really important. And here we're going to just use our turn here. We're going to get another perfect strike with a link pair. Getting to, I imagine we're just going to trade into the Ale Strike. -2 with the Kira, allowing this to be a really favorable attack here, allowing us to keep our unit in a comfortable position. Again, using that 1 HP to kind of make it really awkward for perfect strike Gundams to come down without giving us a really heavy value.
Yep, and it looks like we have the Zawart coming down here, so we are already saying, hey, we may not have a base down, but we're able to put the units on board. We're trying to tempo as well as we can. If you're trying to get good trades, guess what? You got to trade into my level 2 unit. But also on top of that, it's like, we have, well, I would say 2 really awkward units. Like, if we're just denying perfect strikes, I think we're in such a good spot. And there's the Ale. You're probably going to put any unit or pilot with it just to get the 3-2 blocker. Yeah. So we got the bigger butt on this unit here. I think we become, what is it, like a 6-6 stat line?
Yes.
That's a pretty good stat line. Pretty good stat line.
I think that right now that allows us to clear the launcher, but none of these Ale Strikes, unfortunately. But the Razzle will, I imagine, that's gonna be a tough choice. Do we just go into the shield area and try to get some aggression going? But we will block. Regardless of where we went, we will block. Now, all our blockers do have only 1 HP across all of them. I'm going to play our own Zwart.
I want to say like Zwart defeat like Digimon.
Yeah, same.
Chat that anyone that plays cross games, that's where it's coming from.
Yeah.
If we say Zwart by accident,
definitely understand. We come from Digimon with most of our casting and hosting experiences.
Yeah. But we're just super excited to get into this game, start building a community, start being a pillar for you guys to have events, have a place to just
play. Yeah. Especially in the US, because like even with Digimon, like oftentimes we get like a big thing we get is like, oh, I have no locals near me. No one plays this game near me. And just being able to offer those people something is just kind of endlessly fruitful for my karma, I guess, is where I'm going with that.
Yeah, but I think a conversation that's probably worth having that we haven't talked about yet tonight. There's some really big key numbers when you're playing the Gundam TCG that will influence deck building for a lot of people. We've talked earlier how Rezel as a 2-drop that has 4 attack is super impactful because it gets through blockers without a pilot, right?
Yes.
Some of those other really big numbers to play around, first of all, is 5 HP. If you can get to 6 HP, you play around Amuro and you play around Ale Strikes. They can't bounce you because you have too much HP. If you get to 3 attack, you can break an EX base, and you can do favorable trades into the more aggressively statted units as well.
Right. Also, being able to not be rested by Amuro, right, at 6 HP. Did you mention that one? Or
yeah, that's one I was mentioning. If you get to 6 HP, you play around Amuro. I might have said the wrong thing, but that's like a really big threshold to make sure you're playing ahead of.
Here it is Dom's turn. We're gonna get an Ale Strike down, another 4, get another Ale Strike, so no pilots to back these Ale Strikes up to try to get some board removal going, unfortunately. That entire back line.
Levi's just commanding such a good spot here. with his board stuff. Like having 1 HP, like I wouldn't be surprised if Dom's holding on to a perfect strike or two in his hand.
Yeah, just so they can't get a link pair down, and that's given Levi time to find this white base, play it. Unfortunately, like we really won't get too much value here. A 2/2 for our 1/1 for our efforts to remove any of these bodies, because in Gundam we do have a cap of units that can be on the board of 6. Unlike other card games that may allow an infinite number, or 5 tends to be the numbers we see, or 1 if you're playing a certain pocket monster game. We have 6, so I guess a bench. Never mind.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the only games that have unlimited boards are the Dragon Ball games, Battle Spirits, and Digimon.
Magic,
I believe.
Was my brain.
Yeah, I'm in the Bandai.
Bandai bubble,
right now. Yeah, I know there's lots of people play other games too, but I think it's a really cool, just way to express the different games. Fire Emblem Cypher, Dan. I don't know, man. I don't think I've met a single person that plays Fire Emblem IRL.
I don't play Fire Emblem, but I have some Roy cards. I'll tell you that. Roy's my boy, 100%. I have some of those Cypher cards in a binder somewhere. They're beautiful.
Yeah. But one thing that's really good in these blue-white matchups is if you do get a white base down, it gives you a way to start building up pressure while not having to turn your blocker sideways. But Levi just says, you know what, I can turn my blocker sideways and I'm fine with it. Like, I'm just going to start putting pressure on my opponent.
We have the 5 life. Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah, you're probably going to see white base be utilized here unless there's a higher value unit in his hand he's been trying to make space for on the board.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that's why we were even using up these attacks, is so we could just, get a free unit aboard. Because something we actually talked about this past Sunday was, when you're looking at shield damage, 5 attack oftentimes is just the same as 1 attack. So sometimes it's just really about maintaining the amount of attacks on board that are going to be relevant for you. Oh, we're going to attack with our RX-78 here. With only 3 attack, we actually don't clear too much, but I guess our hand may just be good enough. All right, we're really trying to get some damage done.
So Warwick can't swing into life, but it can swing into units. I'm curious what Levi's goal is this turn, because these are what I would consider very unfavorable trades, but he must just have something in his hand he really wants to play, or he's trying to get value from white base by maybe making a bigger unit.
Really interesting.
But I can't say I quite understand. I can't quite understand the sequencing of this turn. But Levi is definitely a strong player. I guarantee you he has some type of motive. He's maybe trying to bait certain blocks in some manners. Oh, we're playing down the destroy mode here with Bonager, so we're going to go ahead and get the draw because it is the link. We can rest a unit and do a trade now.
Yeah, and that's going to let us attack, rest the last Ale Strike, attack into, where would it, we're going to attack into one of the weakened Ale Strikes.
And now he can do the trade with his Wart.
Yep.
So this looks really bad on board economy, guys, but Levi able to map out and define, saying this unicorn is going to be the defining point this turn. I'm getting rid of 2 ales that have no pilots. He can't bounce my units now.
The destroy mode doesn't take damage on its first turn?
Let me make sure of that.
Let me see. Let's make sure, because we did clear the destroy mode. Definitely attacked into the Ale Strike, I believe.
I believe it does.
And then Bonager only draws a card when linked, so there should be...
Okay, let me...
Yep.
Real quick, make sure we put the damage on the unicorn from the swing.
Is there something?
Okay. Unicorn nail. Yep.
Because it attacked into the perfect strike. Yeah. Or
not okay, we got chat. We got chat. No worries. Yeah, you're just thinking like, oh my gosh, he got this trade. Like, and both the guys are just like, this trade's crazy. Yeah, just in case they want to bounce it, it is a bounceable target. realistically, I don't think you want to bounce this 2 HP unit to hand because it's going to come straight and it's going to come swinging. And
He's going to go straight back down. Rest your blocker, unfortunately. Oh, was there also a life scenario that got worked out?
I'll be honest, I might have just missed something there.
Yeah, we might have missed something. Because the unicorn definitely attacked into the L-Strike, right? We're not making that up. I feel like we're not.
Yeah, I think Dom played a Show of Resolve on his turn. Because that's why I see 3 rested resources.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was just emphasizing the Ale had 4 attack, so when you did the trade, that's damage that you have on the unit.
Yeah.
But we're able to break a base there. So Bonisher on an Ale, 6 attack. What is Levi going to do? He is level 10 now. Both our players playing with full 10 resources. They both have a hand. Dom is running a little lower than Levi is, but we've been able to at least manage hand size to some capacity.
Yeah, and both the boards are kind of just equalized here. Yeah, the launcher has 1 HP, but that is a very interesting stat line to be sitting at against this mirror match, so not too concerned. I'm like rewinding to make sure we had the trade into the
But just talking about board state in hands while you're doing that though, like I think Dom has like 1 or 2 cards in hand. If he's not using it with that many resources open, it's probably a pilot or 2 pilots that just have no unit to go on, be my guess. Or you're really trying to make sure you get value out of like an Ale Strike combo.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and then we're gonna replace our white base, or did we attack into the white base? No, we cleared
the white base. Was destroyed from the Ale.
Yeah.
But we're able to get a 2/2 token because we only have 1 unit on board, so we're effectively drawing a unit if we use white base effectively.
Oh, perfect.
And we got the Kira to go with perfect, so we're going to get the trade here.
Another nasty trade that puts us at 1 HP. This has just been so disgusting. Being able to represent these 1 HP bodies has just really cut off Dom from doing what we want and just being able to establish efficient removal. Sending your opponent back with link pairs is really not what we want to be doing. So it's so antithetical, because giving your opponent essentially a rush attacker or haste attacker, whichever language you want to come from, it's just gonna continuously swing tempo back into their favor.
Yeah.
Somebody get Dom a gun tank. True.
Gun tank could do a lot of work here, yeah, but I think gun tank is something that's been cycling out after we've like basically broke out of beta demo format. It just doesn't have space. You'd rather have a more high value unit on the board.
Show resolve.
Yeah, starting to break through the shields now here.
Oh, 2 show resolves in shield. That's so unfortunate to see. And we're just gonna dump clip 6 attacks. I think this is gonna be the end for Dom. Only 2 cards in hand. We're gonna put a strike Gundam down, cycle draw 1, trash 1. But I don't think there's a 1 card pairing here that clears this for us. Not against 6 attacks. Amuro Ray has to be given up. Razel attacks potentially into anything. We will block. Ale Strike will block fully, making it so we still have these 1 HP units on the board, and it is simply a Zwart. So Wart. So we have 1 blocker against the sea of attackers, and we're just gonna bounce it anyway. Rest it anyway. Oh, bounce and rest. We're just gonna do both. And
yeah, I just want to say, like, it's a powerful combination. Like, if you're playing beta demo formats, guys, like, Amuro on Ale is crazy.
3 show of resolves in shield is so unfortunate. Oh no.
That looks like it's the end of Dom's run here for season 1.
Oh, that's such an unfortunate shield area to see. all 3 of your 4 show of resolves in shields. Just literally could be the difference between being able to continue having the resources to play this game out, or petering out and only having the 1 card in hand like we saw. That's bummer. But I imagine that was our last game still playing?
We watched Levi win the game, and we watched Levi win this game. We have another table going on.
Oh, still playing. Okay.
It is a blue-white control mirror.
Ah, that makes sense. All right, let me get that on the screen for everybody. All right, it's on the screen. Another blue-white control. This time we're featuring some of the Dara Blades, Vanilla RX-78. Definitely cards we didn't really see make a presence in the last game. And as you can see by all the trash from our Gundam playmat, Nick versus Taidana on the Digimon playmat. Yeah, this game has been a slugfest as well. We have 2 shields on the Gundam playmat side of things versus, I believe, the 1 shield on the Digimon playmat.
Yeah, it looks like we've been controlling board pretty effectively on Nick's side here. Taidana down to his last life, all resources up. And I think he's just trying to map out, hey, what trades can I possibly do on this turn? This is a best of 3, so players do get a chance of not just having 1 bad hand and calling it done, calling it quits. They get a chance to play out at least 2 games in their run tonight. Yeah. Right. While we're in the middle of figuring out our lines here, I'm going to go ahead and refill my water real quick. I'll be right back, Chad.
Go ahead. Chad, do you guys see this ant on the Digimon playmat? I totally feel like I saw an ant. That's spoopy. Maybe my eyes deceived me, but I definitely felt like I saw that. That's crazy. But just so you guys know, we did talk about it while our players are deliberating what their next play is going to be. Remember, in 2 weeks from now, July 19th, we will be hosting a Win a Beta Alt Art. This is going to be just before, this is going to be a tournament hosted just before Gen Con, so players can get that all ever important practice going into Gen Con, because Gen Con is going to be the first Gundam official event, so people are definitely going to be looking to have practice there. Remember, all questions, join the Discord in the description below. I have it linked there. Join the Eagle's Nest Discord so you know what Gundam tournaments we'll be hosting, what special events. That being said, it is going to be every Wednesday. We're hosting every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern. We're hosting a weekly webcam tournament where proxies are legal. But if for all these extracurriculars, definitely, either way, join the Discord. If you have questions, join the Discord. And, if you just want to hang out with other Gundam peers that have been playing this game for the past 11 weeks, imagine that. Join the Discord. But here we are. I think we've committed to resting the 3 Dawn. We're gonna get the this is the Sword Strike Gundam, which and with the Kira pairing, it's gonna allow us to rest, or at least bounce. I think it is bounced a 2 AP unit. Let me get that factoid correct for you guys. Hold on. Can be pretty confusing sometimes. Yeah, or no, it's 2 or less HP and return it to the hand. So we're looking at things like this RX-78 Vanilla, this Dara Blade can all be removed on the attack, but we're going to go with the L Strike Amuro Ray link pair, resting the perfect strike, resting the and then bouncing a different card. I don't remember what it was anymore after all the yapping I did. But now we're talking about attack. Now we're looking at attacking with our Sword Strike here. But we don't want to quite bounce the RX-78 so freely. Our own repair RX-78 with the Amuro Ray pilot is going to come down, clear the Vanilla. Now we're going to attack with the Sword Strike into, I believe, the Perfect Strike, minusing 2 damage thanks to the Kira, dealing 2 damage to ourselves, and now only the RX-78 repair is left standing on this board.
Yeah. Looks like it is turn pass to Nick here. So we're able to say, hey, you know what? I'm not dead. I got one shield left. Now it's your job to answer my board here.
Yeah.
Because in these mirrors, like if you're playing blue-white against blue-white, it's about the board tempo and the card advantage. If you're playing for one over the other, you gotta start with the board tempo before card advantage matters.
Unfortunately here, like just the right link pair from Nick could clear the entire situation as is. Let's see if they might not just have it. I feel like sometimes, chat, if you guys play card games, there are times where you can read what your opponent has and doesn't have by, like, if they're not doing the super obvious play that wins them the game instantly, then they probably just don't have it, right?
They could sometimes be missing it. I've had games where I've misplayed because I just missed lethal before.
Oh, well, fair.
I think the important thing to understand, like whenever you're playing Gundam especially, is like when you're playing your turn, you have to ask, am I playing to survive for another turn? Or are we playing to go for game this turn? Because sometimes you have to acknowledge, like, I have no path to surviving another turn, so I have to find lethal. And that might be where Nick's at now. He might just say, hey, I don't have a way to survive. I can't trade enough here. So I have to go for lethal on this turn, perhaps.
Oof, the RX-78 will clear the blocker here. With 3 cards in our hand, what can we make do? We got the Zwart. Oh, I hate this card. Launcher Strike, and then 2 more. Dumping Clip, getting the Dara Blade back down on the board, but the Dara Blade it's just gonna be fodder to the Sword Strike when attacking here, or on attack trigger.
Well, the Zwart can also.
Oh, true.
But you do probably bounce the Dara Blade over the Zwart, because the Zwart can
trade into your units.
Yeah, it can trade into units, but it cannot attack life. So you're actually in a very safe spot.
Right.
If you bounce the Dara Blade.
So let's see where this goes. I mean, yeah, because we don't have game either way.
If you swing with Sword Strike, you bounce as a wart. You get a shield damage, shield damage, shield damage. You have to have a link in hand. I don't think there's enough there for...
Yeah, I agree.
So, and there's no blockers on Taidana's side either. That's the other thing that's really scary for him right now.
Right. So we might just have to...
hope our opponent doesn't top deck a pilot and answer the board as much as possible. So it's you're probably swinging life, bouncing Dara Blade, because the Wart can't swing in the face, and you're just going to have to say, if he gets a good trade, he gets a good trade. I can't control that unless you're aiming for a lethal angle that you have potentially. That's the other thing you could be playing for if you have Amuro in hand.
Yeah, and Nick just dumped Clip. They don't have a hand, so if you bounce Dara Blade, they take the trade with if they take the trade with any of their blockers, I mean, that is their limited card pool just dwindling at that point. So
yeah, I also do want to say thank you to all 4 of y'all who are watching the stream right now. We definitely appreciate having y'all here. If you guys haven't already, make sure you like, comment, subscribe to the stream, because it lets us know we're going in the right direction for this content. Like, I'm going to say that every once in a while here, just because it does really matter. Because this is also our most viewed Gundam stream with like live people at once, which is awesome to see.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I love it. And like, honestly, like over the 11 weeks we've been doing this, like the community is just growing, and it's like, you know, we have our Digimon regulars, and I'm starting to remember names, and like we're at that point with Gundam now where I'm like remembering names, and it's just a community night once again, and it's a great feeling to have. Ooh, a Sulieta to hand is actually
with the
Dara Blade. Oh, that is the worst case scenario unless our hand can support that extra attack. Ale Strike, and this is what?
It's the aerial rebuild. Aerial rebuild.
Oh, okay. So we do have a blocker. That's useful. So
okay,
now the blocker. Rebuild. Oh man.
I think that's what it's called, right? Aerial rebuild. Yeah, aerial rebuild. So aerial rebuild itself doesn't have blocker, but it lets you recycle command cards level 5 or lower from trash.
Oh, okay. So maybe a show resolve gets picked up. Maybe lets us play the game a little. Maybe draw into something extra.
Well, you would probably do show of resolve. Yeah, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking you said overflowing for a second. I was getting ready to correct him. I'm like, no, you said the right thing.
I got it this time. Can't recycle my strategic arms. Rest in peace. That's true. Yeah, and here's the Dara Blade link paired with the Sulieta. We're gonna restand a resource here.
So the question is, would you let this go through? It's actually going for a trade. That makes sense. I would definitely let that go. Like, we are still presenting lethal on board, pending no base in life. And okay, so if we top deck any pilot, I think we have game here.
Yeah.
Open up with the Resil swing. It's going to block with Zwart. Makes sense. We're just talking about how you have the aggressive stat line, so you're going to go ahead and take advantage of that. And we're choosing to block here.
Not gonna do the rebuild. The Amuro
What's the stat line rebuild? Rebuild's a 5/4. Okay, I thought it had more HP than that.
Okay, so we restand the Archangel, play another Ailstrike. Our opponent has to play the game with 2 cards. It's not a link pair, so that's just gonna be send 2 into face, and that is it. Oh man, I feel like Nick's regretting taking a block on that turn where the Dara Blade and the Sulieta went to hand. Because had we seen the Sulieta and the Dara Blade in hand with that blocker, I think we just have enough attacks to win the game at that point, given the blocker scenario, or just had the tempo to really crush an extra turn or two.
Okay, so I did ask the table. That was game 2. We are going to game 3
Oh my
now.
god. All right, so still in round 1, chat. Jesus.
Hey, that's what happens with blue-white decks against blue-white decks, right?
Yeah.
There's bound to be at least a table or two that will utilize that, but yeah, we're talking. We're like, one thing I said is, how long's the best of 3 round? So we're doing untimed. Just because we don't have an official TRM, we don't have any tiebreakers for what Bandai's intending, and because this is a high value stakes tournament, I don't want people to be slow played out. We're going to be utilizing untimed rounds so we can play the full sets.
Plus, it's it's just an 8-player tournament, right? So it's 2, 4, 8. So it's only 3 rounds at maximum, no matter what. So we can afford to give people a little bit more time to play tonight, versus our normal scheduling. Yeah,
no, that was game 2, Dom. That was game 2. So we got a little bit more going on tonight still. Figuring out who's making it now the top 8 to the top 4 bracket.
Just so we know, just mental note: save the white, blue mirrors for the end. That's one of the rules we've learned over the course of this 11-week season. Was definitely we don't have to start around watching a blue-white deck, because oftentimes they'll be still available for us to watch at the end of the round. And I'm going to take this opportunity while players are shuffling up. I already sold out when you were talking about earlier, but I do want to just remind everybody once again, while players are shuffling up, that there is a proxy event, GDO1 proxy event, happening July 19th. That's in 2 weekends from now, 3 o'clock, or 3 o'clock Eastern. Link in the description below to join the Discord to get all of your information for this tournament. Getting ready. This is going to be a tournament that's going to happen just before Gen Con. So if you want your practice in, so you can maybe get some games and some high stakes gameplay under your belt for the Gen Con event, definitely worth a try. And our opponents are going to wrap up. We're establishing shields, resolving mulligans. I'm going to get up and get my drink this time, so be right back.
So, chat, you like watching Gundam? But yeah, we got some more blue-white action here. Okay, yeah, so, yes, we did purposely show the shorter round or game first, 20 minutes in, red-green. Yeah, that makes sense. They're very aggressive. Yeah, going into the 95th minute, we are going into game 3 of a blue-white mirror. So taking an average of like 45 minutes a game, it's definitely stretching it because normally you're playing a best of 1 30-minute rounds. And if we would be doing that, it would be the end of time. But like I said, we don't have a TRM for how Bandai's really wanting players to be doing tiebreakers. My guess is it probably would be live. But we've just been copying the One Piece TRM, and because players are playing for very high stakes tournament, trying to avoid slow play being an issue, we are doing untimed rounds for this tournament. Plus, the idea is like it should be getting shorter as we have less players to accommodate each round too. But we learn as we go on. We learn how to improve these tournaments and make it a better community event at the end of the day. But we hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. Yes, it is different. Digimon's a best of 3 game naturally, and you can have ties in Digimon. One Piece does not allow ties because you have tiebreakers that go so far detailed that you will always have a winner. Gundam, we're still not sure what's going to happen for that. I think UA even has a tiebreaker where it's just like you play rock, paper, scissors towards the end of it. But if you're going to time in UA, you're playing very slowly, or you're playing slow decks. I'm not an official judge for UA, so don't quote me on that. But yeah, UA is an unserious game. It's not something I'm interested in personally ever. I get why people have the appeal of like all these IP mashups. You get to see all these different characters going back and forth with each other. You get to play your favorite series, so you don't have to be super invested in the game. But that's a really big difference from like all the other Bandai games where it's like you're really into your one IP. The decks are always revolving and changing based off of what you see. Yeah, just opening up pretty strong for both players here. Rezel and Sword Strike against Rezel and Zawart. The Sword Strike, if you get a pilot underneath it, will bounce to Zawart, so you're able to break the base right away and Rezel can do it damage.
It'll get rid of the Rezel as well. I mean, I wonder what would be more important, getting the damage off the board or the blocker. I guess maybe the blocker, but also the blocker can't attack any of your shields.
It really depends on your hand quality.
Yeah, that's
like if your hand quality says you have to draw cards, you're going to be playing for the longer game. If you don't have draw cards and you have more units, you're probably going to play a little bit more aggressively in these mirror matches.
Is the TRM different for One Piece and Digimon? I guess you talked about that. Every Bandai game has a different tiebreaker rule, so we technically don't know.
Yeah, they do it in different orders too, which is the fun part. So like, if you ever see someone who's a judge for multiple games, there's a good chance they might get it mixed up at some point.
Oh, I always have to ask. I always have to ask because I help the back rooms for some Eggman events between Gundam UA and what's the last one? Gundam UA and Dragon Ball, and they're all different. It is, oh my god. One Piece. Sorry, One Piece is in there too.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get a good update on Friday, because Friday is when Bandai typically updates their websites with information for events and such. And we're getting really close to like set one full release. I'm hoping they have like pre-release format explanations for what stores could be suggested to do.
Right.
I'm hoping they give us hopefully like a TRM. Maybe even a more comprehensive rules manual, because I always feel like they're improving those as they do updates every single time.
So pretty wide board here for Nick. No pilots from either side of things. I imagine saving those for the more powerful effects, like we're thinking Ale Strike or an RX-78. Those tend to be the pretty big linchpin situations and tide turners, link pairings here. Nothing on the Sword Strike, unfortunately. I think also could help slow this board down, make it a little less scary. Judge boys, give us answers. Yeah. And then Sulieta under the Dara Blade is going to reactive a resource, and we're just going to give up our Archangel in one go. Unfortunate there. UA is fun as long as you expect unseriousness. I actually agree with that a lot. Nada. Nadal. I like UA. I love that it's a relatively cheap game. It's pretty easy to get into. Honestly, my biggest complaint about UA is what do they call it? The anime battle events or something. It's basically, the idea is it's a Bleach day, so you're only allowed to show up and play with Bleach decks. And I think for a game that is so incentivized in playing whatever anime you want, only investing into the cards you want, or etc, 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 like being told, nope, today you can't play because you have Hunter x Hunter, and today is JJK, I think is, rare battles, yeah. Yeah, that stuff is, I don't agree with it. Is maybe it's one of those cultural things where it works in Japan just fine, but here in the States, when you're struggling to have an 8-player local most of the time, telling half of them they can't play because they don't have a Bleach deck is kinda not it. But more talking about Gundam here. Nick has Representative Board made 2 attacks into the shield area, and now Taidana is resolving all their turn, debating if they want to use the EX resource here, and it looks like they are going to give it up using that very pretty Relena EX resource that we had as prizing at one point here at Eagle's Nest, but the rest came down to just Hero Yui's. We're going to use our EX resource to actually establish another Archangel, making it so none of these singular attacks will be able to break into our shields, while also getting a draw from our shields can also be pretty powerful. We saw in the end of the previous match that our shield area just had 3 different show of resolves. Had those been in our hand, could have made the difference in terms of card resources. Yeah, Dan. Similar to One Piece and Dawn, I feel like there's going to be a lot of fun the players are going to have in the custom art community on EX resources, EX bases, normal resources. Like they definitely kind of saw what was successful in One Piece with Dawn and player customization, and added 2 whole an entire second 2 more avenues for that.
Yeah, getting the secondhand market is something cool to basically showcase more uniqueness of how you play the game.
Yeah,
I think it's always fun.
Absolutely. Here we're gonna rest 1 for a Kira under the vanilla RX-78, and that's gonna cut into the Ale Strike. Wow. So this is looking like it's going to be Nick's game. They have a lot of tempo and shield damage on their side.
Yeah, but I think their hand's looking a little slim compared to Taidana's side. Taidana seems to have the larger hand here.
Mm-hmm.
And we're swinging immediately with, I think that's Sword Strike, right?
Yeah. Sword Strike without the link pair means no damage can be done to or no bouncing can be done, sorry. But here we go. We do have a ton of resources. We're level 6 right now.
Yes, I do believe so here. So we can have access to any of our links. I'm tapping all. It's a Dara Blade.
It's what?
And a Rezel here.
That's a Lifrith? No, this is what? Oh, it is a Lifrith. The one attacking is a Lifrith. It's not a Sword Strike.
Oh, I see. Yeah, sometimes even if you have printed proxies, it's a little hard to tell sometimes.
Yeah,
but we do our best. We do our best here
with the darker color. It works out more in Digimon because like it's a lighter color palette. Here in Gundam, things tend to be in space, just off rip, and then just overall a little darker in terms of color palette. We do block with Oswat, and here goes RX-78 into the Lifrith, clearing that, doing a little bit more damage. Yep, you're right. But passing the turn, not establishing too many more units here.
Curious if we just have pilots in the rest of our hand there.
That's possible, and like you said, we are trimmed down to only 2 cards, so this is definitely Taidana's chance to kind of swing things back in their direction. Even just on board, the Dara Blade and the Razzle can at least clear it up for us, and then we play. We're gonna play the this blue base that was spoiled a few weeks back. I forget quite what this blue base does. Let me double check. See if I can find it for y'all.
So this base on deploy rests a 3 HP or less unit, so it gives you a little bit more control over board trades and swings. It looks like Taidana's definitely taking that to his advantage here, saying, you know what, I have cards in my hand I've been able to cycle through. Hopefully we get our more powerful units coming up soon. We do have an Ale on board with nothing underneath. And we haven't even touched shield yet on Taidana's side, so that's probably going to be the goal coming up soon if we can trade, get more tempo, but also pushing damage, because that will have to be done at some point.
Alright, so let's see. Let's see if Taidana can start pushing damage. Maybe not this turn, but establish a board to where it gets a little difficult for Nick to actually get aggressive. Another Ale Strike gets the board, but still no pilot. A perfect strike to follow up, and not going to represent any attacks. I feel like we could have attacked into the X base there, just to start clearing things out.
I think we just don't want to lose anything on board yet.
Yeah, but when we have the card advantage, I feel like a 1-for-1 trade is in our favor.
Are we at card advantage right now? I think I count 2 cards on Taidana's side, but
I guess with the double drop, side. Yeah.
Oh, I guess now we are, yeah, because we did drop 2 units. Because we have access to 5 cards on Taidana's side, 5 cards on Nick's side, and Nick has the extra draw right now.
Yep.
And just pass turn to Taidana here. So if we have a pilot where, like, an Amuro could bounce and tap a guy,
that would be strong.
Just give you, like, effectively the most control on the turn.
And
we might just be waiting to use pilots in our hand too. I see a world that's the case.
Yep. Really hoping to see Akira or something. Looks like we're just gonna go. We're planning to go wide here.
There's the aerial rebuild. There's another perfect. Yeah, pass turn. I think we're just really hoping to find a pilot any type so we can pick up one of our commands from trash. Because I think we have played a Show of Resolve on both sides now, right?
I think so. Guess we'll have to see. We clear the base because we did have access to a launcher strike into Akira link pair, and we let the base just go.
Yeah, we're saying it's not worth losing a unit to protect the base. That's doing nothing else now. Now this is a trade deal.
This is an easy trade, yep. And we know that the Zwat can't attack a player's life, so a player's shield area.
Taps the 1 immediately. It's a base. And I think we're just trying to figure out, like, what do we have access to? What line are we playing for? We have to play to survive, because if we give them a chance to swing into us, things can get really bad really quick. And I see a world you just swing the aerial rebuild into a unit. Okay, so we do have Amuro here, so we are tapping the blocker. We are picking up a command from trash. It is overflowing because there's no shows, actually.
Oh, no. Not great, but at least it's something. Some value is better than none. Getting the easy draw 1, discard 1. Or draw 2, discard 1, excuse me.
Yeah, try and get into Show of Resolve probably as fast as possible here. To pitch with the Show, he's debating here. Probably, like, what am I going to be mapping out the rest of this turn and next turn with? And can't tell, it's a unit of some sort he did pitch there, though. And there's a Show of Resolve. That's what he was definitely looking for. And that was, like, the ideal target for what you get value-wise off of the aerial rebuild. But you just need to get some value now.
We need to create a card advantage, which Nick is sitting at 2 cards and still not looking any sights of cressing the peak of trying to find their own Short of Resolves or Overflowing Affections. We do have now we're seeing it. Drew into the Kira, go into the Perfect Strike, and
I can do a almost free trade. You just take 1 damage if you're going into the Zawar, but we're going in perfect. That would make more sense.
Yeah,
because we want to get the maximum survivability.
Archangel to restand, and I believe honestly the rest of these could just attack. Unless you really want to just make sure the board is perfectly clear. I feel like there's a lot of value in just saying, just do 3 damage to shield. You need to reach your win condition eventually. And honestly, like your shield area isn't looking great. It takes a lot less for Nick to be able to win the game than you, and you need to get that aggressive pressure, especially since this Watt can't attack your shield anyway. So you can sit pretty comfortably, but instead we are going to clear that unit and then Dara Blade and then leave our blockers up. So trying to clear, preferring the route of clearing the entirety of the shield area in one go. I still feel like one of these Ale Strikes could have attacked, cleared the EX base, and then maybe give our opponent a reason to use. And then we're just going to resolve 2 Show of Resolves back to back. And this is kind of what I was saying. Nick, potential now plussing 2 cards in their hand, may not have the resources left to play this turn, but can definitely.
I mean, this was something I was saying earlier. Like, you can be playing for board and hand advantage as much as possible, but Nick's left with no board. Like, anything Taidana does is just going to happen. Like, you're turning Dara Blade sideways, you're turning the rebuild sideways, you're turning at least 1 blocker sideways and restanding it, and it's going to be turn past its Taidana now. Any pilot bounces the blocker to hand, and we can just keep pushing damage to face.
Yeah, and but like the thing here though, I feel like is Nick has the time. He has the time to spend a turn like we just saw, drawing up those resources, not really representing too much of a board, and just kind of take it all to face. This 4 damage will clear us down to 2 shield, which is still a survivable situation, as we've seen Taidana be able to survive at the same amount this for most of this game at this point. So yeah, the Ale Strike will now go in. Maybe we get a pilot. If we can get a pilot out of these attacks, that could be really powerful. Looks like we're gonna restand and potentially just pass. Oh no, the aerial will now go into the shield as well.
And the rebuild has 2 HP, so are we going to be using a command of some sort here?
Potentially. No, we're tapped out.
Oh yeah, we did draw a lot. Yeah, I think this is a spot where if you're Taidana side, you could choose to stop swinging, but if you're like trying to make sure you're comfortable going for game next turn, and keep going. I mean, we have a lot of resources up too. Pilot to hand is not what you want to see though.
So from here, we only have 1 more attack left with the Perfect Strike. The Ale Strike on the far left can no longer attack due to being restood with Archangel. Grayson, for real, after the weekend beta battle, I am fiending for more IRL gameplay. That's fair. And we're almost there. We're almost there to where everyone can have consistent local starting. So that must be really exciting.
But yeah, we will be going into round 2 right after this game concludes, though, guys. So no worries. We will be able to showcase some of our other pilots that have won the round 1s for top 4s of the season. Yeah, passing turn back to Nick. One card left in Taidana's hand here. Curious what it is. I wonder if it's like an emergency pilot or just a way to guarantee lethal in some scenarios. Getting another show. That's the third show of Resolve Nick's had. And he's I'm curious if he just has too many pilots in hand, because you really want to be building board.
Yeah, you can't. You're at the point where like you can't just you can't go 2 turns in a row spending all of your resources drawing cards. So that's just not going to end up in your favor. There are 6 attacks on the other side here. We know one of our cards is Akira, which could potentially help us. We could see, we have the RX-78 Amuro Ray to rest. Oh, we got
Rest
some
a unit of choice. Any of them can be tapped.
Yeah.
And we are a link pair, so we can attack immediately. And we are going to be doing a trade of some sort, so I think it's just clarifying where things are going. And I think you just give him anything he's swinging at right now. If you block, you give him a chance to trade into even more units.
Yep. Unfortunately, though, with 3, we need to put down like 1 more blocker, maybe a base instead.
It doesn't play around pilot in hand, though.
It doesn't. I don't think we can. Not with 3 resources. Spending the 3 resources in the beginning here for another show of Resolve probably wasn't the greatest situation.
But like, it could just be possible our hands like not looking too hot. But we're going to play that perfect strike bounce of 1 HP unit. There is none there. 2 HP at least.
Yep. So we at least stave off lethal with 2 blockers.
Yeah, unless there's pilot. That's the only one you don't stop. Because Ale Strike, pilot bounces any blocker that could be in the way.
Yeah, but I think at some point you just gotta hope they don't have it.
Yeah, swinging sideways with Dara Blade first makes sense, just to test, see what they have access to in hand. I guess they're tapped out, so no commands can come up in this interaction. Yeah, I'm just curious, like, if we swing earlier when we had no board on our opponent's side, like, would we be in a better position now? Like, I think we would be able to go for lethal this turn, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. Like, sometimes you need to, if you take the attacks while you can, even if it's just 1 or 2, just slowly get closer to that win condition, making it so, like, I mean, yeah, like, if we, last turn, if we were at, like, this turn, like, last turn, like, there's just so many, like, representing 6 bodies to 2 shields is infinitely different than 6 bodies and 3 shields, right? Like, so it just creates this loop of, like, you just need to just represent so many, an overwhelming force of attacks at some point. But when you have the comfort of all these shields, then it gets really easy for your opponent to just kind of allow for a turn of, you know, like we saw from Nick, essentially back-to-back turns of just playing show resolve, not building the biggest board we realistically can, and we're going to trade perfect strikes here.
There's a chance you see rebuild go into that RX.
Yeah, I
but
can see
like
that.
You're in a spot where you're fine swinging. You can restand with Archangel, and I think that's what we're going to see right away here. You have swing into life, or no, we're doing a trade here.
Oh, interesting. Okay, not using the perfect strike or the aerial for that is very curious, but this time we are going to attack into the shields. We're going to try our best to start working towards that win condition for sure. The aerial can attack. We're going to restart with Archangel, attack with aerial. And it's it's a base. Not that it matters on this board state, but the extra card in hand could be what takes it to another level here. We're going to play the Zwart. So double blocker represented here. But honestly,
I think we're just debating if we play the last card in our hand maybe now.
Yeah, maybe. But now it's like our opponent just got an extra draw. We had back-to-back turns of Show of Resolves, playing 3 different Show of Resolves along with a Overflowing Affection. At this point, like, the hand is going to be as good as it could possibly be from Nick. And, like, again, an additional draw out of Shield. So with the draw alongside this turn, it could just be these cards in Nick's hand could just be the key to simply just clearing board and winning the game.
I think if it's a blocker, you just have to play it right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because Ale with Amuro answers 2 blockers, and then you can start linking. You have to have like what, triple? You have to have triple link. You're in a good enough spot. You're fine.
You'd have to have triple link, but even just like double link will do a lot, right? Double link clears the board.
Yeah, I think we're just clarifying like resources we've seen our opponent use, and looks like, oh, we're playing base over base. That's why we were debating.
Oh, that. Oh, and then we get to play an Ale Strike off of that. Okay, so we were.
Yeah,
that was a risky play.
Tidana setting up lethal. He says, I think I'm safe enough here. And getting rewarded with a blocker out of life is definitely nice here.
Oh, this is risky though. Here we're gonna see 5 resources come down.
Aerial rebuild
with the Sulieta.
Soleta. Okay, so it's not answering a blocker, but it is giving him, guess what? More card draw.
This just might be too late for something like this. Like we need to be, like you said, we need to see like Amuros and Perfect Strikes and Ale Strikes to really clutch up this board. But I guess we just didn't draw the cards, and we're gonna grab a Overflowing Affection to try to get some cheap card draw going, some cheap hand cycling.
What are we missing at this point? If we're drawing, like, what do we not have in hand that we want at this point?
I wish I knew. To say that this was our best play is kind of, because at this point it's like I feel like the Overflowing Affection is just gonna draw into. We're just gonna see the Overflowing Affection draw into like another Show of Resolve or another Overflowing Affection, but the Sulieta does get us to restand 1 resource, so making the Overflowing Affection free. However, we could have used the 5 resources on something else, surely. So
I think it is Wart. You block every time here. Doubles Wart. I guess that is something you could do. Dump clip with doubles Wart. Just letting the base go though. I think Tidana says I need to keep every unit alive possible that I have, because it gives me the best chance of finding lethal this next turn. And if you have something, you have something.
And we pass. Our hand must be all pilots. There's no way.
All pilots or all bases or a mix of the both. Yeah, so you make the first swing in the base and swing with a rebuild for game ? Yeah, it was all pilots and bases.
Oh, that's why. So unfortunate. Oh, our draws just didn't get us there. That sucks. Damn, man. Oh, that's so unfortunate. But I feel like there's a world where we had, and just must have been like a series of unfortunate draws, because like we definitely had
played 3 shows, 2 overflowings, man. That's a lot.
Like we had units on board where we could have link paired some of these units to get some form of aggression, right?
Well, if you have that many pilots in hand, yeah, you just need to get them for stats. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like maybe you should have just used them at that point, because units were played that could be paired. So that's unfortunate. But we are going pretty quickly into round 2 here. So
yeah, I want to say, I know that was a very long round, so thank you so much, guys, for sticking around. And we have a choice of blue whites or red green. I think we're gonna
go with red something, so we could. Yeah, we're gonna see the blue whites anyway. It's fine. Going into our semi-final round here. Yeah, 8-4, 4-2. So we are going into our semi-final round here. Just a reminder for everybody is we're actually going to go and talk about in 2 weekends from now, July 19th at 2 2 p.m. Central Time, United States. We are having a GOD1 proxy event where players are going to be able to win a beta alt art. So players are going to be able to show up, win a beta alt art. But this is an event really being ran so people can play test and practice for the real big boy official event happening at Gen Con following this. And players will be able to, play at the first official Bandai sanctioned Gundam event with the set release, I guess. But yeah, no. That being said, let me tidy up our screen so it's round 2. But do you know what table we're going to, Eagle?
Table 1.
Nice, fair enough. I'm gonna go to table 1. I'm gonna get the screens ready for you guys. And if you want more information on the just the tournament or anything Eagles Nest related, always just join the Discord. It's always going to be the best and greatest way to get all your information sorted out. And we're here. Get to see Taidana versus Aizen. Feels like we haven't seen Aizen in a minute, but that this is our green-red aggro player that we saw take the game very quickly.
Yeah, while they're setting up, I want to refill my water again because we've been talking. We've been going live for 2 hours, and that's just round 1.
Yeah. Oof. All right, where do we go from here? Let me see. Let me double check my sound. I'm gonna go back to this screen real quick, make sure my mic is working on this screen. It is clearly working. Sick, and we're back here. Sorry, had to double check that. Sound settings are always weird on OBS. Alright, so rolling our Gundam dice. 9 rolls a 9. What's our other opponent at? We got a 4 and a 6, rolling 10, just beating them out. So Aizen getting to choose who goes first in this best of 3, and I imagine if history shows itself, we will probably be choosing to go second. From here, what is it that we get done will be the question. Our opponents are still resolving mulligans. Oh, no. Aizen choosing now, having resolved mulligans, will now set down their shields. Got to set out your EX base. And are they going to get the resource? They get the resource, so they have chosen to go second here. True. My mic has occasionally stopped working because OBS stops recognizing it before. Yeah, it's awful. Like, it particularly, particularly with mic and then, like, Windows Media Player, I'm always finding myself having to completely reset that source, and it gets infuriating. I have more success with their application audio capture beta source than anything else. Like, I don't know what it is, but my mic is always losing it, and so is my Windows Media Player. I just don't get it. But players have started DOP into Zaku 2, just extra strong aggression. Zaku 2 going to clear the EX base, or attempt to clear the EX base, but the Zwart stopping that. Yeah, doing its job. 1 damage on the EX base, and 2 more units hit the stage here. But conveniently enough, I feel like I just like the idea of just sending cards sideways. Getting every life matters when it comes to these bases, and making your future attacks even more threatening, I think, is something that goes undervalued in these early games of Gundam. Oftentimes I see players give up attacks that they could have taken to put themselves in a more advantageous spot in the future.
Yeah, but don't worry, chat. We are back. Round 2 feels a lot better now.
Yeah.
We're going to watch some faster paced gameplay. We're going to see basically players going at each other. One clearing board as fast as possible, the other is just going to get as much damage as possible.
Ooh, a shield
Base in life is not what you want to see as the aggro player.
Yeah, that's one way to end your run here. And wow, okay, 6 units on board, turn 3. This is gonna be rather painful. Oh man, if anything, I feel like Taidana could have potentially. Done their turn a little different. Maybe blocking that Zaku 2 in the beginning of the game. While it did save your shield for one attack, I feel like there's a world where we could have just not blocked the DOP, and then on the kickback of the turn we could have had another blocker and essentially gotten 2 attacks off the board with a single Magnac, or Zwat, sorry. But from here, yeah, my camera.
Titans just answer the board as fast as possible. We're seeing draw from life. We know our opponent's going to be starving us as much as possible in this matchup.
Yep.
So drawing our life is totally fine here. It's not ideal for like stat lines, but going to be granting an extra attack here on the Jin, it looks like. I'm trying to read what that says. Regardless, block happened, it's gone.
Yeah. That gets rid of the support, which is nice. Having the blocker for the support unit is really fortunate. Going to attack with another unit. How much damage will this shield be taking? I think it's only 1, and then another 2. This is 3, and then another 2, or is this 1? Yep, so the shield now has 1 health left. And pass with a fully sideways board. We can start seeing Titana really take advantage here. So I think it's just gotta be clear board.
Yeah, getting rid of support units always good. Getting the most mileage out of Rezels, one thing you can try doing, but saying, you know what, it got rid of 2 bodies now. Darblade can go into, I'm not sure what you go into, because you normally bounce a token if you can. Yeah, so I think Taidana probably has a perfect strike in hand to bounce the Zaku token with.
Yep.
Oh, it looks like we have Ale. Yeah, if you put a pilot underneath, you bounce the token. Yeah, you just basically fizzle out an attack. And now you have a blocker. And I say you're in a lot more comfortable spot as Taidana. Like, you have, a base and 3 shields, still a blocker on board. And you're able to start getting to the late game. DOP leaving the card on top.
And just attacking into shield. Just keep going sideways. We are going to block with the... Looks like we are going to block with the...
Ale
strike. That's going to allow us to get aggression next turn. And we are going to clear the base here, I think. Zaidana definitely trying to clear the base, because not allowing our opponent to not only get an attack, but a restand was probably a little too good for them. Hopefully, if Taidana sees another Archangel, that could spell the end of this aggression from
Zide. Yeah.
Gonna restand the Darablade. Darablade probably gonna end its run here by attacking into the Zaku 2, just clearing another body.
Yeah, because I don't think you get much more mileage out of it unless you have a pilot you want to put on to extend its life. Which honestly is a valid angle. But there is a chance that our opponent could just sneak out lethal too.
Yeah, I think we definitely have to... Oh, RX-78 with Amuro Ray?
Ray. It is.
Going to get rid of the... Oh, this is going to be so good. Because now...
It's a free swing in the Zaku too, because you repair.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what we should do. Oh, Darablade goes into the DOP, or does Zaku too?
It doesn't matter, because RX is going to swing into anything and repair the damage off at the end of turn.
We're gonna rest another 2 to play
Razzle.
Razzle.
Yeah, so even if you high roll and start getting like chars with Gelgoos, like you don't have lethal, like you're just being starved way too much.
I think we have only 1 card in hand too. I'm gonna play that the command that allows us to get 2 1/1s on the board here, but if Taidana just has another blocker, that's gonna once again just make life too easy. And I can see this RX-78 just attacking into the Fommel. Let's get rid of that shield and slowly start working at it. Oh, the Ale Strike with a pilot. Ale Strike with a pilot. Resting.
You bounce 1, you rest another unit.
And correctly speaking, I definitely think it's correct here to rest the Zaku 2 instead of the token.
Just because if you bounce, I mean, unless you're scared of Big Zam, that is a possibility. But
yeah,
I think at this point you can just play for value and you're fine.
Interesting. The Rezel is a Rezel 5 or is Fommel? Did the Fommel already have damage on it?
RX gave an extra attack to Rezel.
Right. I always forget about the RX attack. My bad. All right. So with 1 token, I do think it's correct to leave the token aboard. So if you have another bounce effect, it will fizzle. Zaidana has to just play another unit and pass because they're just out of gas.
There's a link in hand. Zaidana has game.
I think we just take the attacks. If we have no way to control board, just take the attacks as they come. Razzle. And now I don't think you... Oh, wow. I think we might just have the link pair then. You might be right. 4 resource. Ooh, Kira. That's not a... Oh, there we go. Bounce the 1 drop. Attack. That's the link pair, and that's going to be game 1 for Taidana. Yep.
And I think it's kind of an expected result if you play control against aggro, right? Sometimes you can outpace the control deck with aggro if you just high roll and they low roll. I think on average this is probably
just in their favor. Yeah.
Yeah, going into game 2 of round 2, folks. But on the other table, it is Levi versus Becker. Levi utilizing that Unicorn Toppin against Becker, who I don't think has a Unicorn Toppin. We didn't even showcase them, but it is a Gundam aerial rebuild variant of blue-white control. So kind of similar to what Taidana's playing.
I wonder if there's more of a focus on using things like Michaelis to have like commands and trash and having a focus there. But yeah, this game's gonna go into game 2 now. Hope maybe we can see the aggro player try to just get a little bit more. The base, it was really the base and shield, I think, is really what cost them the game there. Like without that, I think they would have had so many attacks into shield that it just wouldn't have mattered. But maybe it wasn't. Maybe I'm not. When I think about it, like just the amount of blockers that Taidana had, we could have probably would have just been fine anyway. What's that proxy? It's hard to tell which proxies are which from the rush side. It tends to be all the red cards. It seems like all the red cards are our proxies for the most part. Things like the sniper and the stuff. Sorry, I got hiccups right now. The support units.
Yeah, that's typically what you will see from players. Like, obviously, you're probably not proxying as many of the old cards. So players can if they need to. So like I said, we allow the most access to cards as needed here. But round 2, excited to see that going into game 2. Looks like Levi opted to go second using that EX, or not Levi, I'm sorry. Zide opted to go second using that EX resource. It's really good. Like I said, Zaku 2 into DOP is a really strong opener.
Absolutely.
Also helps with consistency. That's the other really big thing.
Mm-hmm.
But we're opening up Pass from Taidana real quick. You get a Zaku 2, and you get uh, again, I think is what it is. I think it's what it looks like it is. It's a 1-drop regardless.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we're gonna clear it. We're gonna block once again. Block the.
Yeah, it's a 2/2.
Mm-hmm.
Just the red 1-drop for Zaft.
Get a 2 damage on the EX base and representing another Zaku 2 on the board. Another a 2/2 vanilla. Just getting that aggression out. Razzle hits the board, and oof. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be a slow start here for the Taidana in the beginning. Hopefully they can get most of their oh wow, that might just win the game on the spot. Having the Archangel in life, just dumping hand from Zaizen again. No support attacks needed, but the Razzle will be able to attack into a Zaku 2, and hopefully Taidana has a blocker in response to this wide board, or maybe something to, maybe some form of removal, a link pair maybe.
Yeah, regardless, I think Taidana's just feeling pretty comfortable, assuming there's something to spend the resources on.
Yeah, we're gonna attack into the Zaku 2, get 2 damage on our Razzle. And 2. Oh, that's Lifrith.
And that's not what aggro wants to see.
Lifrith being the best blocker in the game for this early aggression. The 2/4 the 4 HP stat line, really allowing them to attack, absorb a lot of attacks, grabbing the Sulieta so they can just beef up their HP.
He says, I'm going to be trading a few turns in a row. I'll let you do what you can, but I'm also banking 2 resources next turn too.
I'm going to get the Famo played out so we can get playing the Famo so we can get another card draw, essentially, since our opponent isn't going to attack into our shield anytime soon until they're established. 3/1 Zaku hits the board, but it does come in rested, so we do have a turn to answer it if we need it.
So here's the funny thing. Because we're banking 2 Soletas for 2 extra resources next turn, we can play double Perfect Strike against our opponent. Bounce 2 1 HP units.
That would be terrible. And then Dop hits the stage as well. We can even depending on the damage situation, we can even attack. We could even attack with the Lifrith into like shield or something, and then get the restand. There's a lot that can get done, and it's going to be gross. We are going to play the Dop. Looks like we committed to playing the Dop.
Yeah, we got off the search from our unit, I think is what it was. The Char Zaku searches on Destroy.
Mm-hmm.
Just dumping clip, getting more units on board.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're just debating, do we trade into or we can trade into the Rezel.
Yeah.
Because it has a 3 HP from Soleta.
Yeah.
I think it's also a sign Taidana might just have a lot of pilots in hand too, though.
That's true. But like, unlike that last game where we saw like pilots just kind of clogging up the board, we're like actually using them and getting their stat lines becoming relevant, using them as definitely a source. And we're going to attack into the base, get 2 damage on it, because we do need to clear it eventually. Here we're going to get another 2 damage. So now the base will be sitting at 4 damage. I have no idea what's going on, but I am here for the ASMR. That's fair, Digital Monster Deals.
Oh, he hears me eating. My bad. My apologies, chat. I can mute my mic.
Oh, Perfect Strike hits the board, getting rid of the 3/1. That's unfortunate, but then we attack with the Rezel into the 2/2. Yep. Get the 2/2 out of the board. Restand a source from Sulieta, and now our Lifrith can even get some. What's better? Do we attack the Fommel?
And
then get the restand? Oh, yeah, no.
I mean, you're going to get the restand anyways.
Mhm.
You're just getting rid of the unit on board.
Yeah. And from here, we can play something cheap or just always get the restand.
Yeah, I think it's just mapping out like what's the most cost-efficient way to use my hand now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this must feel really refreshing for Tidani. He says we're 19 minutes into round 2, and we're in a spot where probably going to be wrapping up game 2 here sooner than later.
Yeah, we are going to use the 2 resources to restand our Lifrith.
If we have another Lifrith to go with it, that's great. If we have a pilot, I guess it's okay. You don't want to use too many pilots, but also there's no use if you just hold on to the pilots too, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And from here, Zyzen only. Oh, we just pass. Fair enough.
Yeah, you just don't have anything else better to do. You're just kind of stuck at this wall. You don't have a reason to swing, so just passing the turn off.
How many cards? We still got a good amount of cards from Zyzen's side, so probably gonna see these 2 attacks, and then blocks happen, and then just another dumb clip. It's like we are going to block. Oh, debating. Yeah, I think you want to respect your base as much as you can, because it is offering a lot of. Oh no, okay, respecting the blocker here. Rest 2, rest, and then.
I mean, we're also banking a resource on our blocker, which is another really big thing to think about.
That's true. Maybe we do have the base to back it up too. Another base would be lovely. Getting the full 5 HP value from our base, and then immediately replacing it could be another devastating play here. Probably gonna see
that Rezel's gotten so much value. I just want to highlight that Rezel getting maximum trades, and with the Suleta, we're playing a base. It's an Archangel. I think we're sitting really comfy now.
Mm-hmm. So I think things like Ailstrike comes down. Amuro Ray to rest.
Rest 1, bounce another. You're probably resting a guy you want to swing into, bouncing a guy you can't even attack, so now you can do a full board clear. It's just a matter of like, do you want to sack a blocker, or is this the end of Rezel? Rezel's gotten his mileage for sure.
I think there's still a world where you could just still use this Rezel to clear the base.
I don't think you really have an incentive to, though.
That's fair. Yeah, but no, that's what we do. And then the Lifrith will clear the DOP. Oh no,
goes live. You know what? That's fair. You're not dying this turn to a DOP, and oh, the DOP just goes to hand anyway.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Okay, this turn ordering and mapping makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely.
Even if you high roll is like aggro now, I don't think you have enough to deal with this, and I think that's just GG, like Dan was saying in chat. Do you adopt? Do I want the card? Yeah, keep it there. Maybe he gets a big Zam coming sooner than later. That's one thing that could potentially save him, right?
Yeah, Charzaku too coming down, but it's not gonna be. It's just gonna not be enough. We got all the attacks we need. Gonna do some show of resolves.
Probably trying to play around a base in life just in case. See if you got a link.
Yep, attack with everything that's less than 5 attack right now. 1. Oh, no, okay. I guess not attacking with blockers first. Lifrith goes in next.
Well, you swing into the things that can't break a shield or a base.
Yeah, but Rezo could, right? And then that's just game.
Yeah,
Titana just taking it very easily. Just shield in life twice, and then having the backup shield this game just really single-handedly stops so much of the aggression from the aggro player. They never really saw the big combo that lets you do five damage, but even then, we saw Titana have the blockers just to support the entirety of that game.
Yep. Now, chat, I know we're excited. If we hop to table 2, we can watch a blue-white mirror.
Oh,
and we're in the middle of game 1, in case you guys are curious.
No shot. That's painful. All right.
Go and mute my mic as I take a few bites of my
Yeah,
sandwich,
for sure.
You know?
So our finals is going to be a blue-white mirror. So we're here for another 4 hours, chat. Ooh. Looks like this board is definitely in favor of Becker here. Becker is on the stickman proxies here. Having 3 bodies wide, but Levi definitely has quite the hand available to them as well, though. So we could see some stuff come down. Amuro Ray is not going to be a link pair, but it does rest. Not super what we want to be seeing. Perfect Strike into Kira will bounce. Oh, no bouncing, but we will attack into one of the rested units. All right, so 3 life. I mean, if you are... Honestly, if you're Becker... if I'm Becker, I just attack. Like, I just attack. Oh, no, we're going to clear the blocker. Okay, and then attack shield. Or either attack shield or establish a board wide enough to win next game. So you would need to establish 3 units. Well, we might be at the end game too, so we still have 5 cards in hand. And 4 cards from Levi.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to our proxies having doodles on them. I love the effort that players put into making it as clear as possible what the card is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're playing blue-white mirror, and you have to realize, like, Levi has a top end that you're probably scared of if you're just playing a traditional blue-white list. They have access to Unicorn. Unicorn has really good trade, so you want to push damage to face as fast as possible. Or at least that's how I would be playing.
Yeah. Are they playing the standard Unicorn as well, or just the destroy?
That's something I'll just kind of leave for us to discover here in the games together. I don't want to spoil too much, just in case Taidana's listening and stream right now. I guess this probably pulls up the moment he comes in, but blue-white mirror in the finals confirmed. Blue-white might be best deck in format, chat.
That's true. I think it's just an interesting thing for blue-white. It's not even that, like, I feel like blue-white doesn't have any weaknesses or decks that can't beat it. I think it's just like I think what it becomes victim of is it is the best deck into aggro, and aggro just feels so good into everything else right now. That if you play anything else and play into aggro, you just get it's so easy for you to get crushed in those situations.
Yeah, I think the one deck that was like just got the worst roulette was our round 1 blue-green mid-range against aggro.
Yeah,
blue-green mid-range. Like, I want to see blue-white control. I want to snipe the high-value units. I want to play for board while breaching damage, so they're in this awkward spot of having to block everything.
Yeah.
But they just got sniped out. Matchup roulette was not in their favor.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm saying. So it's like, because that exists, I feel like it just blue-white takes the dominant role in the meta. Not that because it's the best deck, but it's just like it is the most well-rounded deck, I guess is what that is. I'm not really sure. June High? What happened to June High?
That was our round 1.
Oh, rip, yeah. Rip Junhai.
I know what you're trying to do, bud. I know what you're trying to do. I think it made sense. Like, if you're expecting blue-white control everywhere, I think it's a great call.
Absolutely. And like honestly, the Operation Meteor guys are like such powerful cards. Like, and they have the Searcher too. So you just get to first strike things, you get to breach everything, attack unsuspended units. Like you just have full control of the board at all times, but doesn't matter when you lost that 4 resource. You took it to game 3 though, which is hype. This might be it for Levi, but it's okay because it's only game 1. All right, so rest 3, is that gonna be another show of resolve? No. Gonna rest the blocker. And then launcher strike into Kira to clear the hail strike. Wow, taking a lot of damage there.
Yeah, but our goal as Levi is to play and survive for another turn if possible. And the issue is that sword strike. I'm assuming that's a sword strike proxy. I see the guy with the giant sword.
RX-78 Link pair is going to guarantee the game, though. We were hoping for a last, potentially a last life in, or a last shield in life. Or, oh my god, last base.
Hey, Junai, I will tell you, you were playing into the most popular deck of today. If you haven't been able to tell, chat, blue-white is the most popular deck people locked in with for today.
Yeah.
It is just super unfortunate for you, Junai. So I will say you at least made the correct meta prediction.
For sure.
Yeah, just bad roll dice. You're right, Zide. You're right. But going into game 2 now, Becker versus Levi. Becker taking game 1 against Levi here.
Yeah, no, I mean, game 2, like, in this control mirror, I feel like going second is just usually better. Getting able to establish board, get the extra card sooner rather than later probably puts you in the best spot going forward. Because most of the removal is bounce anyway, so... Oof. Dan Ugor, that's just really unlucky, by the way. I didn't mention it before, but thank you so much, Digital Monster Deals, for the 5 gifted memberships. I do appreciate it, and I do want to extend the idea that, like, yeah, the memberships do help the channel, help me do things, and help us. It's gonna help us do things for Gundam as well. Potentially, store live streams for like live local events. We'll see what we can get done. We're starting to we're slowly but surely starting to have something to do every day, so it's gonna get harder and harder to fill, to have like a day to do something new. Between Double Digimon, Gundam, and all these like regional events every weekend too. We're in a busy season right now.
Yeah, but here we are going into our game 2. Mulligans being resolved here. So, like I said, I think in this matchup, Levi does technically have the build that wins on paper. I think Vonager with the Unicorn is such a powerful top end.
Especially in the mirror, right? Being able to just rest anything, and it's just kind of disgusting. But here we go. We chose to go first, so we're trying to get ahead of. What are you trying to do when you go first? Just having the first attack potentially. Get the shields down as low as possible.
I'm not sure offhand.
All right, here's the 3/2 blocker, the Zwart.
Yeah, you don't care if you see a Rezels whatever
Zowote.
for you. I think it was a
Launcher?
Not sure what that is, but I do love the
3-2
proxy.
A 3-2-2-2 blocker? Oh, maybe that's the Zwart. That's the Zwart.
Oh, we both got Zwarts.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no. Yeah. I think it is. Gonna use Archangel first. Get a card draw and rest 2 to play another Zwart.
Another Zwart. Something tells me that was what he got off of life.
Yeah.
This Zwart mirror match.
Just establishing blockers.
Yep, seeing 3 sideways. That's gotta be Sword Strike, right?
Oh, that's definitely. So there's no shot it's not Sword Strike. As we see one of these Watts go to the hand for sure.
I think Levi was memeing which one you want to bounce, which one you want to attack reduce. Yeah, I'll let that through.
Too funny. All right, and then those we lose our Archangel, unfortunately, but it did get us. It did its job. Got the life. Overflowing affection. It's our turn to use this card.
Yeah, we just said, like, we know these early turns are going to be pretty slow. Our goal is to get to the high quality cards as fast as possible, especially those units, so we can interact back and forth with the boards. But yeah, definitely a battle of 2 very powerful players here. Levi being the one that finished the circuit with the most points, 69 on the dot. I know he was working up to that and aiming as close as he could.
We got the lift wrist down and pass turn. Levi is also the one who won the Eggman box tournament as well, right? So it was like one of the first events out there, and Levi was able to take it with blue-green control, or blue-green aggro, yes.
Yeah, Citizens Take a Stand being a card that just absolutely destroyed people when they were not expecting it.
Mm-hmm. All right, so from here.
Yeah, we're just punching damage in pretty quickly as Becker here. Like, you don't have a reason to sit around. You might as well start putting pressure on. You force them to have cards in response now, while you have a chance to respond to them also, as they're forced to have certain cards, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, so Launcher Strike Gundam to end the turn here after the attack, and Akira Pilot to go
face. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I think it's the correct thing to do here.
Absolutely.
You just want to push damage. You don't care. You're sitting ahead on life. You're sitting on probably cards in hand. Levi has such slow tempo. We're trying to call him out. We're trying to hit him hard. We're trying to just not even go the time if we don't have, or not even time, but like, we just said, you know what? We don't have to wait forever.
Right.
It turns out you can end the game quicker if you take out their life, is what we're acknowledging.
Yeah, it's not like we're representing so many attacks here. It's kind of rough. From here we have play the Ale Strike into Benager. That's gonna bounce the
Wart.
Mm-hmm.
And we can't swing immediately with this, so it's just a turn pass.
Yeah, it feels a little disadvantageous to do it this way, especially since we can't attack.
Yeah, you also don't want to give them the links back in hand, maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe you want to shuffle the pilots around because you can't remove a pilot from a unit once it gets attached, but I think Becker's in a very commanding position right now.
Yeah. We're probably going to see... We do have a really thick block here, though, that none of these attacks are going to be able to clear in one swoop. We can... All right, Sword Strike goes into shield. Do we block? And I feel like the answer is block with Lifrith. We've just been on the defensive the entire game, not being able to ever attack into these shields. I think the EX base is still active for Becker, so that's just gonna be rough going forward. Can we?
So you really need to be playing for board tempo right now, and then once you establish board tempo, maybe you can start playing greedy with the draw cards for card tempo, card advantage, right?
Yeah.
So like we just kind of have to take some hits these turns, and hopefully we can manipulate the board state to be more favorable for us. Like this Ale Strike going into that Sword Strike makes it's a 5/6, so you'd be able to get the trade. And then if you have a Archangel, you can restand your blocker, give it a little bit more survivability. Hopefully get 2 for 4. That's like the first steps, like starting to turn this around for Levi, I feel.
Yeah, ooh, but perfect strike into another Zwart.
Yeah, that's pretty good set of blockers there. And really hard to answer. So if you have your own Sword Strike with Kira, you have a chance of answering this board. Because you would attack with Sword Strike, bounce the ward, reduce the attack on either a blocker or the unit you're attacking into. I think you would do it the unit you're attacking into because you want them to block, and if they block, you can attack with the Ale Strike.
Yeah.
But then if you do that, you're probably tapped out on resources because it's 3/4. Yeah, you're 1 resource short of being able to restand a blocker and play your Archangel with those work combo, I'm thinking.
All right, so then we're just gonna overflowing affection.
Yeah, overflowing. Yeah, Levi says I don't have what I want to play this turn with, so I want to maximize the options I have to me here. So starting with the OA is always a strong open.
Play the rest of the turn with a maximum amount of card information. Makes sense. But we could see this end right on this next turn. We have the double blockers, which makes things really weird. But the Sword Strike
also
just
Amuro. Amuro can do a lot too.
Mm-hmm.
At least we play around the Amuro with the Bonager.
Yep. But where does this really take us? We're gonna have to. All right, we'll give up on an RX-78, so that's unfortunate. RX-78 definitely being one of the most useful pieces to dealing with boards. There's the Ale Strike. There's a Benager. That's gonna bounce the perfect strike.
Perfect. Yeah. Makes sense. Gives us more chances of surviving. More 6 HP blockers, which we talked about earlier. That was one of the good numbers to hit.
Yep.
Like 3 attack units in the early game, 4 damage attackers on empty naked blockers, 6 HP on your blockers to play around the taps.
Man,
but Levi does have 6 cards in hand, so he is doing very well on cards right now. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and block that Sword Strike.
Yeah, block the Sword Strike, clears the bodies for us. A white base finally to get some card draw going. Because funny enough, I don't think Becker has seen. I think maybe they saw an early show overflowing affection, but beyond that, no show of resolves. So we're starting to thin out on hand size, but also haven't had to trade or lose too many cards in all of this.
I mean, he's basically put so much pressure on Levi where Levi just has to block. He has to trade.
Oof, the link
Kira
there with
on
the perfect strike.
Reduce the attack on their opponent's Ale Strike here, most likely.
Yeah, that will...
Levi's just checking the hand, making sure, like, hey, if I end up blocking with this, how bad is this for me?
Imagine pretty bad.
What am I aiming? Yeah, what am I aiming to do next turn even?
Mm-hmm. Or honestly, maybe we just attack into life. Oh no, we have to be attacking into life. What am I saying? Man, going down to 1 life's pretty rough for the rest of the game here too. What can we really establish next turn? We'll be at, I believe, 7 resource. We will block, and we'll be a full trade. Interesting. From here, we can attack with our launcher strike, but I doubt we want to do that. But we are definitely poised to just use this white base for the rest of the game. I don't see a world where... I don't think there's going to be a great time for Levi to actually answer this white base, given the board state. 2 blockers. I mean, going forward, we'll probably see just a slew of 1/1s hitting the board every turn.
Yeah, not attacking with the perfect strike, I think, makes sense. But also, I see a world where it does make sense too if you want.
Mm-hmm. All right, so... I mean, at this point, you just attack with the launcher, I think. I think you definitely attack with launcher. I don't think there's a reason not to. Worst, like, they either block, lose their only body on board, and you still survive. Or you attack, you get them down to 1 shield and that much closer to your win condition. Oh, did Levi's camp froze? Oh, wait, I think it did.
I thought both players were just super, super still for a second. I'm not going to lie.
All right.
Yeah, his stream dropped for a second.
Okay. Well, just to remind everybody, while our cameras are frozen, we do have a... If you guys want to be part of the action, you can play here every Wednesday with Proxies Legal here at the Eagles Nest Webcam Tournament Series. But on top of that, we can win this next weekend, July 19th, 2 o'clock Central Time. That is a Zwart defeat. Lighter.
Lighter.
I was the whole time, I'm gonna be real, the whole time I was sitting here, I was looking at that, I was like, that's a Zwart defeat, but that's too small to be a card. What is that? So confused. But looks like we did lose Levi for a second, so maybe 2 weekends from now. Is it 2 weekends from now? Have I been saying the wrong thing? It is 2 weeks. I've been saying the wrong thing. My apologies, chat.
I thought you had been saying 2 from now. I thought you have it, but it's all good.
But from here, I guess we can take a small intermission.
Yeah, and yeah, good time to walk around, get some water.
Yeah. So I'm gonna fix this screen so you guys can see Eagle. But after that, we're just gonna take a short break. I'm gonna stretch. We shouldn't miss too much, but yeah, where am I getting his?
Oh, Levi lost power. He just lost power entirely in his house.
Oh, I see.
That's why the stream dropped.
Oh, unfortunate.
He restarted his router.
Okay, so we'll be back in a second. We'll take a quick break just to stretch our legs, and we will be back. Yeah. See you guys then. All right, so update for you guys. Just got word that, we do have, webcam rules, and part of those webcam rules is the idea that if a player disconnects for too long, they are just going to get the loss. And so, according to those rules, Levi will have to take the loss here in game 2, making it a 2-0, and we'll be going into our finals, our blue-white mirror. It's a really unfortunate way to lose, but we gotta respect the rules on most things, as we do.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but to respect everyone and be as fair as possible for these events, especially very high stakes, we're treating it just like a premier level event.
Right. Which, for those unfamiliar with One Piece and does Dragon Ball get online events? But Dragon Ball, or at least One Piece and Digimon, definitely, they're online events. Same rules apply. In fact, you only get a minute of reconnection time.
Yeah, 1 minute's the standard, and it was a little closer to 2 to 3 minutes. So, want to be moving forward with our tournaments. Like I said, it's unfortunate, and I will say, likely from the board state, he was playing from behind, but
yeah, but that matchup like flips pretty. Like it was still would have been a show either way, but either way. Okay, so we're just waiting for our last player to join table 1, and we will get our finals underway. I'm gonna eat a Reese's Pieces 1 second.
yeah, I think our other player stepped away to use the restroom real quick while he was watching a blue-white mirror.
Definitely expecting that game to go a little longer.
Yeah, give me 3 seconds here.
I tell my Digimon community this all the time, but one of the best parts of growing up is being able to buy your own snacks. I can eat as many fruit roll-ups as I want now, and there's no parents to tell me I can't. And what I haven't done this in a little bit because I haven't bought them, but one of my favorite things to do is you get fruit roll-ups and gushers, and then you roll the gushers in the fruit roll-up, and it is absolutely delicious, and I will not be taking debate on that fact going forward. I'm just letting you know that that exists, and it's wonderful.
Okay, our finals is underway. We got Ty Donna against Becker now. I will say the one thing I am pretty firm on, that was a really hard board state to come back from Levi. He's down to his last 2 lives. He did have the card advantage, so there was a chance he maybe could have snuck out just like by the skin of his teeth. But I'd say at that point it was pretty hard to swing the board state from.
Yeah, no, it would have been a struggle. So they're probably losing that game state. It was just at the point where they were gonna have like just one shield going into the rest of the game to just hoping they can make it come back. And I just don't think I also don't think it was gonna be drawn out, maybe at best, but definitely slowly losing rather than slowly bringing it back.
Yep, but back to our blue-white mirrors. I'm actually curious how many cards they match each other with. Let's take a look.
I'd be interesting.
Here. Okay, there's at least a 2-card difference from a very, very quick glance. So I think it's enough to say they're more unique variants at least, but they are blue-white cores at the end of the day.
Yeah, we're gonna see Ale Strike. We're gonna see Perfect Strike here. Just a lot of the mainstays we've been seeing all night tonight.
Exactly. Yeah, nothing that we are surprised by. Newest card being added is that Gundam aerial rebuild on both sides. So there's a chance we could see a deck out even.
Being able to recycle Show of Resolve is insane to me. What a powerful ability. What not yet announced Gundam Timeline are folks most excited for in the card game, and what colors do folks think they will be? For me, my big two is, oh man, do I even say big two? Like, I want to see Destiny Gundam. Like, that is the Gundam I want to see. I know we already have Seed, but we still know Destiny Gundam. I want Destiny Gundam in the game. And then G Gundam is up there for me, along with Double O. I would love to see, a Gundam, a Lock-On Stratos, Gundam Dynamis, the second version of Gundam Dynamis. I forget what it's called, but it's got the bits and it flies around. What about you, Eagle?
I'll be real, man. I didn't grow up with Gundam, so it's a little harder for me to have a favorite. I think I told everyone I watched Witched Mercury. I enjoyed that series a lot, but I have not had a chance to give any other Gundam series enough respect.
You haven't watched GQQQUUUU yet, man?
No, I haven't. I want to though. I've heard it's good.
I've heard it's really good. Yeah.
I've also heard it's better if you just watch like what is it? There's another series. They're like, you should probably watch at least one other series before you watch it.
Oh, right, because they do like a branching timeline thing. All right, but our players are getting started, and we're going to start off with a Rezel on board for Taidana. I've only started Gundam with this game announcement. I've seen Iron-Blooded Orphans and WF Witch from Mercury. IBDO was great. Yeah, and you're getting Iron-Blooded Orphans as the premiere color or purple announcement, so that should be exciting for you guys. I definitely recommend Double O if you're still new into Gundam. I think Double O is one of the best launch points for Gundam. G Gundam if you want to be weird.
Yeah, but here in the finals of Taidana and Becker, we see both sides are playing their chunkier units. Got double Rezel on Taidana side now, burning the EX resource to get Dara Blade also down. So we are level 3 now on Taidana side. But we have also maximized board tempo in the early turns.
Using up our EX resource to establish this board as well.
Taidana says, I'm playing Blue-White Mirror. I'm also going to play it uber aggressively, so it's your problem to deal with my swings. Not to mention, they're all 4 attack. We talked about that breakpoint being super good. Not an easy way to respond to the board. You can trade a Dara Blade into a Rezel, which is probably what's happening here. Because you're just going to be taking way too much damage otherwise. And then tapping all 4 resources. Where are we putting down now? Oh, an RX with Amuro, tapping a guy down, probably trading over that Rezel. Yep. So now we get a very high value trade potentially. So Taidana is really just doing a hand sniff, saying, "Hey man, if you don't have an answer to this, I might be winning in 2 turns."
Yeah, and the repair. Oh, well, we are clearing it. Clearing the board gets cleared, but we still have 4 resources to play this turn out to see how the rest of it can go. We are going to play a base. Is it going to be white base or Archangel? It is Archangel, just to draw an extra card. Rest 3 and probably see. Yeah, this is Sword Strike. Sword Strike. Yeah.
Just so many powerful control cards in the white side, and blue just helping with the consistency and tapping in more trades.
Yeah. Using, Armor Array RX-78 helps make trades so gross.
Yeah, I think going into set 1, if we see blue-white control being the best color combination, best deck and format, a lot of the players have been playing here in these locals for such a long time are going to have an advantage because they just understand the matchup more. They've played so much of the mirror. They know how to tempo out well. They know how to play card advantage.
Yeah, I won't be surprised, like similar to our Digimon scene, like if the first couple of Gundam official regional events, whenever those get announced or up off the ground, I will not be surprised if it's our players or some of the Eagle's Nest players that do take, top 16 slots and show off some of just their extra line of practice. I have a vague idea of that because the suit up sequence is stuck in my head from my childhood, even if I had no idea what I was watching. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, G Gundam's great. It's definitely not, I don't recommend it for someone trying to get into Gundam, but man, once you know what Gundam is, and then I definitely think G Gundam is definitely a fun time. One of my favorites. I would love to have a Dragon Gundam in this game. Dara Blade hits the board. And it looks like here Becker is just going for a strat of getting value out of our white base while we can. We're probably going to see it at the start of this turn getting another RX-78 3/3 token.
I mean, if you could, you would Amuro tap, swing, trade, use token again, right? Get another 3/3. Actually, that's probably not the best use of a pilot.
Yeah, probably not, unfortunately.
But if we had a way to tap them down, it'd be so great.
Mm-hmm. Just because both these attackers are on that 4 attack line. Otherwise, I think, yeah, that would have been a great... If you could find a way to attack and stay at the 1 health, probably would have been a great outcome for us. Sir, what do we attack with the RX-78? No.
I think we might be dumping clip here. Blue-white control, where we're just dumping clips saying, you can only answer like 2 of these guys at best in a turn, right?
All right, and we are going to get... I'm going to go for the 2/2 this time. Get the gun cannon on the board. With gun cannon on the board, we can now use the rest of our 4 resources to, progress, maybe get a blocker down, because the blocker situation is definitely going to be the most curious part for us to make sure we constantly maintain to keep our life safe, because we're a bit chipped down now.
Yeah, now this is like a very pivotal moment of like these middling turns are so difficult, and we are going to put the Suleta underneath. So it is a 3/4 unit. So 3/4, why is that stat line relevant if it is? You don't get bounced by the Sword Strike. You can trade into Dara Blade or the aggressively statted units, but it doesn't get you to that 4 attack threshold to go through blockers. Taidan is just showing another show of resolve. Like, once you see one, you're more likely to start finding the others because you draw deeper in your deck, which means you're more likely to hit those other copies. So we are playing the card advantage from straight card draw, but Becker's creating the card tempo as much as possible too.
All right, the Dara Blade, looking to attack with the Dara Blade. Looks like we don't even have a pilot for the Sword Strike to actually bounce things like the Dara Blade going forward. Looking to probably clear this base, though. Or
could be trading into a token.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, it feels bad because you're trading a card for something that didn't cost them anything from hand. But you just have to do that sometimes.
Yeah, and potentially, like, you're just going to give them an avenue to make it again, because you're just giving them the you're not going to be able to attack into the white base again. Yeah, and that's exactly what we see happening. No damage on the white base. That white base isn't cleared, so we can kind of potentially attack with the Dara Blade into or shields. Maybe it gets blocked by the perfect strike. If it does not, then we lose our Archangel, and no, it's just gonna be a tricky situation either way. If we block the Dara Blade, then that gives them access to playing the gun cannon. Here, I think we could potentially attack with the gun cannon, restand our used up resource, and also potentially offer up the situation where we can get another 2/2 gun cannon down off of white base.
I think it's more of like, it just feels bad to swing. You have no incentive to really swing. I see a world you even tap the white base again and make a 1/1 token, even though it's kind of bad against blue-white control because 1/1s don't stick around too often.
Yeah, that's true.
So we are swinging probably because it makes sense for the resource count, but nothing else, if I had to guess.
Looks like we're just trying to math it out, yeah. That's the Zwook. And pilot, so Kira pilot under the Zwook to just beef up our stat lines, be just aggressively awkward this entire time. Anything that attacks now, any 4 with a 4 attack or 6, no, 5 attack now, anything that attacks should ideally be destroyed in the block. Sensor suits that almost eliminate lag/delay between pilot and suit with one of the internal energy sources allowed some of the best attacks, even if they were a bit cheesy. That's true. Some of the craziest Gundams too, like Mexico Gundam. Oh my god. Or was it Sombrero Gundam? I forget what it was. Zeus Gundam was really cool.
I think you're thinking of Tequila Gundam.
Tequila Gundam, that's what it was. My bad, guys. Thank you.
Eagle didn't grow up with Gundam, but he knows that meme still.
True, true.
Yeah, so now we're just mapping out our resources again. Like, this is a pretty hard turn to start using to break your opponent's board.
Mm-hmm.
Playing another Archangel, so do we have a Kira Ale combo? I think we do.
Looks like we do. Yeah, that's gonna bounce the token finally, but we do get the Sulieta back, which is really, I think, really important.
Really high value still.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you got rewarded for using that pilot underneath the token for that match, or this match so far.
Yep. I think here now we're debating how do we attack into the Dara Blade, but the Dara Blade...
Oh, it's who you want to shrink the attack on.
Mm-hmm. I think you shrink the attack on the blocker, the Zook, so you don't lose your Ale Strike in the aftermath.
Yeah, I think you do that also because you can trade Sword Strike into Dara Blade still.
Mm-hmm.
So you have 2 positive outcomes, right? If they block, you get rid of their unit by reducing their attack. If they don't block, then you still get rid of the unit.
Yep. Oh, and no, we actually did the -2 on the Dara Blade. And not opting to block with the
it's the same outcome because it's actually better for you to do that. Because you shrink the attack on the attacking unit. If they block, sure, you trade, but then you get rid of the other unit still. So it's either you let it through and not lose both bodies, or you block and you lose both bodies.
Yep.
So definitely well piloted. Puns aside, well piloted. Like they're navigating really well through this match here.
But what is... We have a lot of resources. We did an Overflowing Affection to try to filter our hand a little bit. Did we discard? I assume we did. Alright, so... Going to attack. It looks like we're attacking into... Yeah, we have to attack into the unit. We're going to block, lose the Perfect Strike, while maintaining our unit. Now we have plenty of resources to try to continue this turn. I think we have 7. About to use 4 of it. No, taking it back, figuring something out.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, mapping out these turns is the most important part. The fact that we have white base to our disposal, though, for Becker is such a huge advantage right now.
Oh, yeah. Sure, sure, they can get removed, and we've been seeing them get removed, but for the most part, it's just been fine. Like, having to waste removal on a token we never had to play from our hand in the first place has just been infinite value.
If we get a pilot for the Sword Strike, it feels a lot better, though.
Yeah, I think that's the key. We just haven't seen a pilot for the Sword Strike, and that's been really the big thing that's been keeping us down. And like, we're gonna get another Ale Strike down to bounce the token once again, I believe.
You bounce 1, you tap 1.
Mm-hmm.
So tap perfect, bounce the Zwart.
Maybe we finally... no, actually. Just
We're going to be
attacking.
trading into their other unit. Yeah, that makes sense. Now you shrink the attack there. You only take 2.
Yep. And from here, board is relatively clear. And I think we pass. Yeah, I think we... Oh, no. Tab 2, Archangel pass, I believe, is going to be the route here. All right. 1 resource is added. With Levy out, I'm rooting for Becker now. Fair. We can all have our favorites. My favorite was still Wing Gundam. Alright, so... Rest 3. What did we do with this rest? Oh, Shore of Resolve. Okay, draw 2. I mean, that's a little tough, though, because that does mean the rest of our turn has to be played out with 5 resources. And I think we still want to be looking at... developing with white base. Maybe we attack with the gun cannon, see what happens. If they block, great, we get a 3/3. If they don't block, then we get a free 2 damage, and then we get a 2/2 anyway. Unless we have plans for all 5 resources anyway. We do have this Woot. And we are going to choose to attack first into the base. The base is going to take 2. Which, I think I'm fine with this. I think this play works out perfectly fine. Get the 2 damage, because tokens are going to be so easily removed. If they attack into it, it acts like a pseudo blocker. If they had blocked, we would have gotten a 3/3 off of the back of it. Now we're going to rest another couple of resources here. Get the another 2/2. And just kind of pushing this white base advantage that we've been trying to maintain. Because this is probably the last turn we're going to have white base available to us. Ooh, the doubles Wooch,
Doubles war. Yeah. We're just drawing these units out of thin air, and it's showing to be very effective.
Yeah.
Like, on paper, I thought this was how you would always win the blue-white mirror match, is making a bunch of blockers, and then keep generating tokens that you keep swinging with.
Yeah. I agree. This is like, to me, like, I think Becker's just in the lead this game right now. But,
Yeah, Show of Resolve. Trying to break the staleness and getting the card quality we're wanting in hand. Hand size is being supplemented for Tidana by just having the straight card draw. For Becker, it's just having white base.
yeah.
And trying to go into base, I imagine here. Becker's probably tempted just to block because he's like, you know what, this has been doing so well for me. I can do all my chump swings into your guys and maybe even get a 3/3 token this next turn if I take the block. And that's exactly what he's doing. He is taking that block.
Mm-hmm.
2 for Archangel to restand. Tidana says, I'm not going to give you a chance to swing into my unit here. Spend the 4 and play a Lifrith, and I can't tell what the other one is. I think it is his own copy as a wart.
Yes. Here, I mean, we get another turn to generate a token, so in my eyes, we just attack. I think we attack with these tokens and see where things go. I think it's a little understated where like these tokens were free. We can just keep attacking. RX-78 hits the board. Rest 1, Amuro Ray. Never mind. These tokens can actually just start trading up. Definitely rest the Lifrith. And because that is going to be their most efficient block on the other side. So now these 2/2s are going to be able to block and actually take out real cards from Tidana's hand.
I like how you're specifying that as real cards.
Yeah.
Not the drawn units out of thin air.
Yeah. All right, so from here, you definitely can attack into base. get another 2 damage in. Put it up to... Oh, it does clear it. All right. Nice. Oh, right, because it's 3 damage now. How could I forget?
Yeah, you're also just valuing your blockers being alive more than your base being alive.
Mm-hmm. From here, our RX-78 can cleanly attack into the Lifrith, but I don't know if that's what we want to do. I think we're just in a strategy of... Right, because... Oh, we're going to attack into the Lifrith with... Makes sense. Get that nice clear. Get another card off the table. I don't think we attack with this RX-78. Maybe that's a weird take, but in my mind, if we're still just leveraging a white base, we can just kind of go wide with these like slightly buffed up tokens, just changing the script on their value proposition, and we are going to attack. We're going to offer the block. That means we get the 2/2, but I still feel like a world where like generating 2/2s and 3/3s was kind of in our favor, but it's fine. We have 6 resources available to us this turn. We still haven't used a white base.
Yeah, both just kind of sitting here. It's like, it's been a pretty long night. Pretty long night.
Yeah. But slowly but surely we're getting there.
Yeah, I just messaged my judge because he's watching the table right now. I'm like, you know what this kind of reminds me of? If anyone's played Battle Spirits, this is like Axe Spider Mirror meta to me. Except the difference is you're not completely locked out of doing anything on a turn. Are you familiar with Axe Spider meta at all?
No, I'm not. Actually, didn't follow it too much.
It's one of 3 cards that got banned in BSS.
Oh, wow.
It is a white blocker that has armor from 2 of the colors. And if you have the Soul Core on it, when you block, you take no damage.
Oh, wow.
So it's like, okay, it's a pretty good blocker, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the issue became you had cards that gave it infinite blocks. So you literally get locked out of an entire turn because you have this infinite blocker unit on the board.
Ugh.
And you can have more than one, too.
Oh,
so, like,
my God.
That was just like the entire meta, like this super heavy control meta focused around 2 combinations existing, really. Except it's not that control heavy in Gundam. Like, we're playing for value, we're playing for tempo. This is a matchup of skill expression pending like the card quality is equal on both sides. And I will say I think the card quality is pretty equivalent. We just identified that the cards that Taidana are using are from straight card draw from Show of Resolves. Meanwhile, Becker's draws are coming from these units that come out nowhere on board.
Yeah, and they've gone a long way, but this might be the first turn that this is the first turn we actually have a clear line of sight onto the white base, and I won't be surprised if we see Taidana take the opportunity to clear white base. But I mean, by then, white base has done so much. It is just provided.
RX comes. I'm trying to figure out what the RX is coming down for. It might just be for board.
Yeah, I think it is just for board. I'm gonna rest. Looks like we're at 10 resources now. We're gonna rest 4. No, we're really having a hard time deciding.
It might be an Amuro here.
Yeah.
We're getting there, chat. Don't worry. No worries. It's not the first one of tonight we've seen.
There's the Amuro.
It is the Amuro.
Get the Sword Strike rested. And then attack into it. But that is a lot of damage we bite, but I think it's fine. Oh, that will clear the base. Oh, we're breaking.
Taidana is looking for what looks like damage?
I think we just had to get rid of that base no matter what. I think now the Ale Strike can freely attack into any of these units due to the Kira -2.
Not against Sword. Sword has 3 attack.
Oh, you're right. Clear the token, and a nail strike comes down. So we might have finally gotten to a good spot.
Hey, we got rid of the base that drew Becker like 3 or 4 cards in the course of this game.
Yeah. And I mean, all those tokens were very impactful. It is unfortunate we didn't get to see Usho Resolve. Start drawing now that we don't have to save resources for the white base every turn. We can now maybe get some value out of different cards. Now I can
neither side's played anything bigger than an Ailstrike, I'm pretty sure too, right?
Yeah, I think that's as big as it's gotten. RX-78 as well. Those are like the craziest cards we've seen. 2 life into, or 2 attack, I believe, I would imagine into either the Ailstrike or the...
Probably the damaged Ailstrike, and we just said, you know what, we can block with this. If you put a pilot underneath your Sword Strike, I get a unit back to hand.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be a predicament Taidana setting up here.
Yeah, I think you're just fine with the tempo, though.
Yeah.
Kira. And then Kira into maybe attacking. Got to attack the Ailstrike with the Kira underneath. That'll clear the Ailstrike, and then we can...
Yeah, the 1 Ailstrike has to be balanced regardless.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe even attack into the RX-78 right now.
So effectively healing that Ailstrike, so it got a free block in. And now we're doing a 2 for 2 here.
And more resources being used here.
Oh, that's aerial rebuild.
Oh, that's aerial rebuild. Okay, bring back the... Nice. That's going to clear the RX-78. Get some damage down.
I'm curious what Taidana is going to have in response now. Like, we've gone so deep in our deck with all these draws.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but now we have another Show Resolve in our hands, so we can start using that to our advantage. The board is now clear from... Our board is cleared, and we're just, again, representing more draws and just being able to essentially just dump units onto the board going forward. We're getting... our own aerial down. Mm-hmm.
I think Taidana's just saying, I hope I draw into a pilot off of life or get another turn or 2.
Mm-hmm. You get that Show Resolve, getting the 2 cards to hand.
And I'm curious if we're going to see a potential deck out even.
It's possible. We've drawn a lot of cards at this point. Another base would be nice. I mean, yeah, if you're no reason not to attack, do we take the block? We don't take the block. It is just a unit, I think, an aerial.
Yeah, unit of some sort.
All right, so from here we have, was it 8 resources available to us? Here's another 3. After drawing twice off of Show Resolve, surely we have some good cards to back a lot of these plays up. Here comes another double perfect strike into launcher. No, Zoot.
Yeah, over to Taidana though. So tapping 2 right away, we just acknowledge right away we're playing a base, tap a unit with 3 HP or less. I think Taidana's the only one that's actually really utilized this base in blue-white control. Just saying, I want a little bit more control if I can help it.
Yeah.
This aerial rebuild might just have to go in, like saying, hey, I have to skip out on the pair effect, but I get rid of a unit at least. I'm assuming it's aerial repair instead aerial repair.
Mm-hmm. That'd be my guess, but we are going to offer the block. Makes sense. Having the higher attack stat is going to be a little bit more valuable. Especially if we're switching gears into another attack. I just block. I block again. Yeah. Perfectly fine with that. Our opponent, we're ahead on. We are the ones ahead on card draw.
Yep, and now it looks
Lifrith.
like, is that another area? That's Lifrith.
Yep. Just another RX-78. Only 2 cards left in hand now.
And it looks like it's a turn pass.
Backer draws, and they have, looks like 5 cards in hand, so they can do theoretically
So
a good amount.
Lifrith against Rebuild is in a good spot because you're able to take out the unit because they have 2 HP left, so a block is getting rid of that.
Yep.
Immediately going for another white base. This card's been such an MVP in this matchup.
If you're a backer, you just attack, right? Yeah.
Now you do, and Taidan's going to block every time here.
Mm-hmm.
Says my 1 blocker gets rid of your 2 cards here, but that card's not only generated the Show of Resolve in the hand, but it's also enabled a +1 because of the Show of Resolve.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're going to get another token made off of our white base here.
Now we have the rest of our hand to play with. Maybe another launcher into double Dara Blade. Really representing a board this time. Unfortunately, none of these are 5 attacks, so that's going to be a little scary. Only one of these are blockers as well, but Taidana is playing the rest of this game with 3 cards in hand. Oh, looks like we got a full 10. Wow. Full 10 resource board, playing the rest of our hand out. We're gonna have 3 cards in our hand, but from here,
Just overflowing affection. We are getting closer to deck out territory, but I don't think we'll get there. I think we'll get a resolution before we get that far along.
yeah, I think we're gonna start plugging in some plylets potentially. Oh, sure.
No, we're going to draw a little bit more. We don't have what we want yet. We're to the point where we are counting our deck.
Mm-hmm. All right, so here's one of the pilots. Imagine onto the Dara Blade.
It's going to be an overflowing affection.
That'd be crazy. That'd be wild. But definitely think we need to be just representing. We just need to be representing good. What is this? Oh, this is another sword strike. So we're gonna get to attack and bounce. Nothing. Oh no, the Zook. That clears the base, and honestly, I think that's just game. I think we have 4 attacks. Yeah, 4 attacks. 1, 2.
Got perfect strike as a blocker still, but yeah, it's.
And a Lifrith,
that
I
is.
believe. Oh no, that's a aerial. Never mind. So just that's gonna wrap it
game
up.
1.
So game one to Becker, and man, has it been. Oh, was that a slog?
Don't worry, chat. We got at least 1 more game of it.
Oh my god.
Potentially 2. Potentially 2.
I don't appreciate you threatening my chat.
Yeah, chat's hanging in there. For all
Yeah.
20 of y'all sticking around still, we appreciate y'all. Wrapping up Season 1 of Gundam here at the Eagle's Nest Webcam Locals. Season 2 will be starting next week, so if you guys are excited to play the game, join in some action, y'all can have a chance at being in these finals for next season, which is basically our big quarterly update from the Eagle's Nest. every season is 11 weeks long, and then the 12th week becomes the finals. So effectively, that's a quarter, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And I got it here on the screen. We July 19th, we'll be hosting a Win a Beta Alt Art. Eagle has a private collection of a bunch of the Gundam card game beta alt arts where, he's wanting to give them away so people can have a really big practice game or practice tournament for what's to come here at Gen Con here coming up in August. So I hope you guys are excited for that. And come watch on Saturday.
Yeah, you got it, man. You nailed it. You nailed all those points.
Sweet. Looks like our players are shuffling. I'm trying to figure out life. And where does everything go now?
Yeah, it's a slog. It's a long night.
Yeah, it's definitely a long night.
We appreciate you all hanging in there in chat. Going into game 2, potentially the final game of tonight's tournament. If Taidana loses here, it is just Becker's tournament to take it all with. If Taidana takes this game, we will be going to a game 3 of blue-white control.
All right, let's see. What can we do from... Still shuffling it up. Taking their time to make sure their decks are properly randomized.
So for everyone hanging out in chat, how long have you all been involved in the Gundam TCG scene for? Did you all get in on beta events yourselves? Did you join during the demos? Did you start picking up interest because you were watching the stream at some point? Or are you just kind of waiting for set 1 before you really get involved? For any of y'all hanging around still.
That is an interesting thing, because I know plenty of people keep telling me that, like, they're holding back on playing at all until people are playing, like, the full set, essentially. Like, they want to be able to play the full set. They didn't really, like, I had a couple people tell me that they were not interested in playing essentially on a meta where, like, there's got to be a new card every week. And so here they were just waiting for full set release, and it's definitely gonna be interesting to see what comes of the future tournaments now once we've made it to full set release. I'm really excited to see what our play rate is, especially with, again, allocation being what it looks like to being, and you being able to offer up win-up boxes to everybody. I'm sure there's just going to be just a good amount of value out there for people, or incentive.
Yeah, if anyone's not keeping track, next week starts our first event of Season 2. Each week I will be splitting a box up across the top 4 players. Technically, there's a prize wall. You earn points. And if you want to, you can cash in all your points to get packs every week if you're in top 4. But if you also want to, you can save up your points and just get a sealed box as well. That is an option.
Mm-hmm.
But it's definitely going to be fun. I'm excited to see how many people join us for Season 2, to see the growth of this game. When we get up into our Season 2 finals, I've already alluded and given a hint that it's going to be for a free box for first place at least.
Yep.
But, yeah, also catching up on chat. Yes, Ryan, we are in the final round for tonight's tournament. It is a best of 3 untimed finals. And Blue-White Control is a pretty grindy matchup, but technically would be longer if we didn't have a disconnect in the middle of a game 2.
Yeah.
But we are making waves. We
have a Razzle on board along with a Zoot. I'm calling it Zoot. I don't know. I'm going to make it up every week. This card's going to be a pain.
Yeah. I will say I'm pretty positive if that game 2 went on a little longer. I already said that once. I think it was probably favored for Becker anyways. Just because it's so much pressure.
Yeah. And maybe we see a more aggressive line from Becker again. We're not seeing any blockers on the other side, So we're gonna attack Razzle instead, trading 2 cards for 1 card, and then passing. Here we have the Launcher Strike against, it's a little blurry, but I believe it's a Lifrith. Still no damage done to either player's EX base, but just playing the board control game. Actually going to be the first person to do damage to themselves with Archangel. Potentially being, just getting the extra card draw, I guess. Looking for a card, maybe a better card for this turn structure. Going to use the next 3 resource to play RX-78, and then we're going to use our EX resource to...
There's Suleta. I was expecting an Amuro for a trade immediately.
Yeah, Amuro would have been crazy.
I like how we're just like mismatching pilots and units, but also it's what you have to do sometimes if your hand is full of pilots.
Yeah, just get the stat value out, and we're going to start this turn with Overflowing Affection to start getting into that card draw a little bit right now. Looks like Hawk of Endymion went to the trash. That's a cool card.
Yeah, I was going to say, definitely one of the standout cards.
All right, so Hawk of Endymion does go to trash, along with a separate card. And... still have 4 resources to play this turn out. There's a couple good cards that can come down, but it looks like we're gonna rest 3 for Show of Resolve. Getting our draw early definitely makes sense. We're not too pressured this turn. Rest another 1. Just a full value turn this turn. Just getting all the card draw we can for the rest of the game out of the way.
I'm curious if Becker was expecting aggro to be one of the best decks, or one of the more popular picks, so he just teched heavier for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that makes sense to me.
No, that definitely makes sense to me.
So, Reese, you got any plans for 4th of July yourself, man?
No.
Just taking it easy, enjoying the day off.
I'm probably gonna. It's my Digimon Locals day. I'm probably gonna Digimon Locals, and just hang out. I've been meaning to play some Riftbound proxies with friends, or maybe some Commander. But other than that, I'm not a big holiday guy. Honestly, I'm not. No particular reason. I don't know. Just not a big holiday guy.
Yeah, for me, I'm just taking it easy. I was going to go home, but just realized with how bad the schedule was, like, once I drove home, I just wouldn't really have time to do anything, because it's a full 8 hours driving there and back.
Right, from the Northwest to Texas for you, right?
No, Midwest to Midwest. It's just driving through cornfields for 4 hours each way.
Oh, gross. Yeah, I gotta tell you, I live an hour from my parents, and I don't visit them a lot, if at all. Anyway, we have... It looks like we got a really impressive board from Taidana, but this did take a lot of cards out of our hand where, Becker did take a turn to just go ahead and say, I'm going to just draw a bunch. So ideally we've drawn enough to actually play this turn out and do some responding. All right, so Lieto gets placed underneath the RX-78 and rest 2 more for a Duravolt. Not really answering the board here, but at least representing some good attacks next turn is pretty important. However, not answering this white base Archangel could be pretty bad. We're gonna rest 3 Gonna rest 3, draw 2. So we got our Show of Resolves going. So we're gonna go for our own setup turn essentially. Going into this turn, we got 3 more resources to use. What can we do? With 3 more resources, we can... Three more resources. We will get Amuro underneath the Perfect Strike, resting the resting the launcher. So our only blocker is now gone. Now we're gonna see some attacks. Launcher strike into the RX-78 into the launcher strike. We're gonna repair 2 off of that, so it's gonna be really nice for us going forward. We can also maybe Lifrith attack into. Maybe see a Lifrith attack into the shields here. Just get something started aggressively for our counterattack. Gotta do shield damage while we can, but I guess we don't have the resources to restand the blocker, and we're gonna opt to Show of Resolve instead of getting some Archangel value. Makes sense though. There's a world where like they're just like Becker did in the prior turn, like. When things are calm and stable, definitely trying to get your draw in now, so your later turns can have your full resources used up on playing bodies and playing for the board.
Yeah, but for everyone that's joining us right now, first of all, welcome. We are in the middle of our finals for our Season 1 Gundam circuit, where Becker took Game 1 for this best of 3. Taidana is trying to fight back here. And it looks like Taidana does have the board advantage right now, but we gotta start doing damage to the life in order to win the game, right?
We have 7 resources this turn, so we could see maybe Perfect Strikes, Kira come down, Ale Strike come down, in multiples with a single pilot, or some version of. Will you guys be uploading the decks to EX Burst after the series is over? I think there will be. Eagle, you can.
Yeah, I'm planning on doing a video at least for the top 8 decks here tonight, or at least going over the unique deck profiles. Normally I work with Eggman for items like this, but the decks are going to be public on Limitless anyways. It's probably just going to have to wait until I get the video up at least. That's the minimum I'm trying to do.
Makes sense, thanks. You're welcome, Sean. Sean? I think it's Sean. Alright, so we get a white base, get a 3/3 token, and try to just establish the game where we want it to be going forward here. This is the same game plan we saw last time, but this time Taidana actually has like relevant attackers that should be able to clear most of our issues going forward, and another Show of Resolve. So just drawing more cards, keeping it slow, keeping it safe. But here, either of these Gundam attacks can attack into the white base, denying that ability going forward. So definitely expect to see both these units attack into shields. We're gonna play a lift. Oh no, we're gonna play. This is the bit on form, not bit on form. This is the Gundam Aerial, the one that lets us bring back a command from our trash, level 5 or lower. Rest 1 more for a pilot. Oh, the pilot's gonna go under the aerial to allow us to grab, I imagine, the Show of Resolve. Yep. Don't cover my decks. It sucks. It got bullied by aggro. That's true. And thankfully here at Eagle's Nest, we condone bullying, so that's a little unfortunate, buddy. Better have been Siege Strike, Juno.
Juno, we've already mentioned it, but like I think you had a really good pick for tonight. It is just like the absolute worst person you could have ran into.
Looks like we're actually gonna discard the white base here. Interesting. Feel like we were okay with playing another white base. And yeah, losing the 6 out of 7. Yeah, that's 100% it. Yeah, the game can be like that. It's early. It's set 1. I think I've talked about it once or twice before. Maybe not on this Gundam stream, but it's definitely a talking point I make every now and then. That I'm not a big judge a card game set 1 kind of guy. Like, you get to feel for the fundamental rules of the card game set 1, maybe with starter decks, kind of like see like what like baseline certain colors do. Like obviously white with their blockers, blue with repair, green with breach, and then red with high like unblockable, and you know you get to see some minor stuff.
Just damage in general.
Yeah, but like I don't believe it's fair to judge a card game or decide how a card game is going to be until like set 3 or 4 ish, because I like to believe that the card game designers don't even know where the card game is going until they've established, you know, a couple sets of, you know, really fleshing out the archetypes they've established. Honestly, set 1 doesn't even establish archetypes in my mind. Set 1 just establishes like core fundamental functions, and then it's not until set 2 or 3 we're starting to really see archetypes and identities and things like that. Synergies as well.
The glare's just definitely killing the card visibility. I'm not quite sure what that was, but I think it was a blocker.
I think this is either the aerial that brings back a command or
a Zawart.
I think you're right. I think it's a Zawart. Oh, did they reveal what purple does?
It could be an assumption, because I know One Piece you do Dawn Minus to get your effects.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know. I don't remember seeing anything purple. If I saw something, it just totally is escaping.
Got
two cards.
We got 2 cards. Interesting. I didn't know that. Like I knew we got like I know we got the Iron Blooded Orphan like art reveal, but I didn't know that the. Oh, they showed an ad and we zoomed in. I just guess I didn't know we actually had the card text available to us. Is this Lifrith? No, this is the aerial with Akira underneath. Oh.
Do damage to an allied unit? Is it like an enrage? Like an enrage keyword like in Hearthstone? Or if you have damage, you get bonus effects?
Oh, interesting. And Barbados common, that's 1 +1 AP when damaged. Oh. When paired, damage 1 enemy unit and 1 allied unit. Oh. That's interesting. I guess it is like an enraged mechanic without the keyword. I used to remember that. Like set 1 Hearthstone, there was the werewolf that would get Wind Fury if he was self-damaged or if he was damaged.
I will say, I love that Hearthstone went back and they said, we've printed this mechanic functionally so many times. Let's make a keyword for it. And they did that like 4 years after the cards were released.
Yeah, I mean, Magic does that too, funny enough. Like plenty of time.
Do they?
Yeah. Oftentimes they'll like, if you've played Magic, the keyword reach or hexproof are big examples of like, they used to write on cards, this card can block this card can block flyers, and like they did that enough to where they like, let's just make a keyword for it called reach. This creature doesn't have flying, but it can still block flyers. Hexproof was another one.
That makes a lot of sense. Save the card text. Don't have paragraphs. Everyone just knows what the word means.
Yeah, because if you guys are from Magic, you guys remember we used to call hexproof, it was called troll skin, because oftentimes we would see the ability, your opponents can't target this with spells, is what hexproof reads, right? We saw that on mostly trolls and like goblin type, no, mostly trolls. and ogres, I guess. But it was called troll. It was called troll skin because so many trolls would be printed with this effect, and then finally, bam, hexproof.
Okay, actual question: does Yu-Gi-Oh have any official keywords?
No,
I don't,
man. It's
like I know
crazy.
mechanics, like you have XYZ, you have a link, but like, okay, if you add keywords to Yu-Gi-Oh, I feel like it could be a lot easier to comprehend for new players.
Right? I feel like it blows my mind that they haven't adopted keywords yet. Like, it's crazy because I think every other card game, I think Vanguard does keywords. I think there are games that went too far with keywords. I think everyone's favorite example right now is Chrono Clash. Went way too far with keywords to the point where like no card actually explained what the keywords did. They just had them on there, and you just had to know.
I think we might have miscalculated some math there.
Yeah,
it's getting pretty late, to be fair.
Absolutely.
For players from all regions.
Imagine the amount of text on a Digimon card without keywords. Yeah, it'd be. I mean, that's all card games.
Xmon Ace be crazy, man.
Oh, a Battlemon?
A Battlemon too, yeah.
Oh my god, there's so many now. And I think keywords just read well on a card too. Like, especially with like the breaking up those paragraphs with the colors, like even in this gun, like I have it on the screen, when linked, you can quickly like associate with your brands, like, oh, when linked, I know what that means. This effect happens because of that. Like it just kind of speeds up your ability to read a card, even if it does have a lot of text. And I'm happy in Yu-Gi-Oh that they started doing like the bullet point system, or like the 1s and 2s to really separate the card effects. Because before it used to be just giant paragraphs with commas, and like you were just supposed to read the whole thing to like truly understand. It was I really hope Yu-Gi-Oh figures something out. Is all I'm saying. Because I just little things go a long way to make a card game great. Looks like Backer really behind here, board wise, and there's now damage on their Archangel.
I think that's just indicating they have 4 shields left.
Oh, you think that's okay. All right, we're gonna play an Ariel to pick up a Show of Resolve. Are we gonna play the Show of Resolve this turn? I don't think we have the time to. Yeah, we are gonna Show of Resolve. But this Asulieta is gonna let us attack right away. So we're gonna clear the base.
And get refunds. And get that refund too. Free pilot's a good pilot.
Yep, and then a Dara Blade to come down to 3 attacks to 2 blockers and a Sword Strike. If the Sword Strike if the Sword Strike gets paired, we can see. Looks like we're activating the base to rest a 3 HP or less. We're gonna rest the Gundam Mark 78 token.
With our other 8 resources, we can map out 2 4-drop blockers. We can do a 3-drop with a pilot, and then a 4-drop. Just trying to think how our math works out for what units we want to play. Because if you want to do an Ale with Akira, you have 3 resources left. But I think you're going to just start doing trades. The only thing is the Sword Strike with Suleta is 5 HP, and that's just a really awkward number to get to. Or actually, it might be 6.
I think it's 6 with the Suleta, yeah. Alright, so looks like we are planning some attacks here.
Sword Strike's a 4-3, so with Suleta it's a 5-5.
Oh, right.
Yep, seeing 4 tap, that's an Ale. 4 tap, that's another Ale. If I had to guess, it's probably a turn pass. Yep. So in case you guys are curious, One Piece does not do best of threes unless it's Top Cut Day 2, and they are timed.
They are
I
timed.
think we might see something like that for Gundam moving forward, especially once we get a TRM. I think it will.
Yeah, I think it was the big thing is we don't have a TRM, and we want it to be as fair as possible.
Yeah, just not a good color combination. Tonight, Michael, it's best of three. Best of three, because this is technically our top cut 4 finals in the entire season.
Mm-hmm. Normally,
yeah, best of 3 and untimed. Yeah, Michael's probably had over. He's like, oh, I just finished doing whatever task I normally do on a Thursday or Wednesday night, and they're still playing. Weird. They're normally done like 2 hours ago.
Oh, right, man. We usually start at 8 and are done by 9:30, 10 o'clock. My task is super I'm sorry.
Hey, it's a fun game to play casually. I don't like it as a competitive game, but I like it as a fun.
Oh, yeah. It is definitely a fun
I play
game.
Mr. Game & Watch. I grab my friends, I down throw, I side B to get the hammer. I pray and gamble for a 9.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. No, I guess I more say sorry, not because Smash Brothers is not a fun game. It's more of like, man, it's just controversy after controversy with the Smash Brothers seed. Like, it doesn't feel like it ends.
It definitely had a really bad time during COVID.
Yeah. Alright, so we're making attacks into shield here. I'm going to restand with Archangel. And pass turn. We had a full complete turn. Here we're going to pass another 10 resource turn. We're going to rest 1. That's going to be, a base. Okay. I think we're fine with that as backer. I don't think bases are really representing too much threat to us. This double blocker might get a pretty annoying though. We have so many cards in Becker's hand as well. I believe both players are still running with pretty big hand sizes.
Yeah, we just had so many draw 2s, and the aerial rebuild definitely adds on to that too.
Yeah.
Like, long run, depending on how far they go with the game and if they want to break up control meta, I see a world they hit show of resolve, but I don't think it's called for at this time.
Mm-hmm.
It's just way too early. We don't even have set 1 out yet, you know?
I think 3's a lot. I think that's the key, right? Like 3 resources is a lot to be using for a draw 2. Like, it's not like we're not talking Pot of Greed, and even in like Magic, draw 2s can be usually around like the turn, can start at the turn 2 turn. Like, they start at turn 2 for most draw 2s in Magic. So it's like, they even balanced it by going it further and saying turn 3, which can get kind of, yeah. See, yeah, Dan agrees with me. And we are going to clear up this board a little bit. And, it's not looking good for Becker here.
To Archangel restand, and do we get damage on the base?
We did not get
Probably
damage on
not.
the base. No, we went for full board control here. Depending on what Becker establishes here, we're probably going to see... probably going to see... the cards in deck. I don't think we're going to deck out. I think we're okay. All right, so with full 10 resources, we've drawn so many cards. We can maybe get across the finish line. We need to be able to clear some bodies though. We have some of the best blockers with very effective pilot stats now. Perfect strike will bounce. Ooh, that's rough. Bouncing a link paired unit.
Bounce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Becker, please make the comeback. All right, so 4 resources used up. We got the Kira. That's gonna allow us to. That's going to allow us to.
You probably shrink the. Oh, you're going for base. Becker's saying, I don't think I can survive if I play for the long game, so I'm going to try closing out a little bit more. Which, to be fair, Taidana is down to their last 2 shields, so it's possible if you just have a hand of Link units you can start playing out. Because I don't think Taidana's winning the game this next turn.
Yeah, so you can
But
potentially see a
definitely
world.
get close.
Yep. All right, perfect strike.
Bounces the other ale. My goodness.
I think that's okay now because we bounced the first ale into bouncing the second. Oh wait, no. I guess it's a perfect. I guess you essentially by doing this you make it so.
Well, if you have Amuro for this ale, it could be really gross. Because you
true.
tap one, bounce the other. You probably tap the one with the Kira, and you bounce the one with no pilot underneath.
So we're not going to do that, but we are going to bounce the perfect.
And just applying pressure most likely here. Yeah, so 6-5 into shield. You have the choice of blocking here if you want one resource standing.
Do we block it? Oh, I don't think we do. Okay, no, we do block. This gets the trade off the board. Maybe we can get a board down this next turn. I'm gonna tap 1. Oh, an Archangel.
You're definitely swinging at the ale now.
Swing with the ale, get rid of our opponent's Archangel, and then establish
another blocker goop. Swing with sword, probably.
Yeah, no reason not to, I feel. Just get game on board. I think you need to get to a position where you have game on board. Still don't know number of packs, color limit, and deck size for sealed. Many thinking it's 6 packs, still 2 colors and 50 card decks, or no color and just 40 card deck. I think it's gonna be 40 cards. I think in all of the Bandai card games, you go from a 50 card deck to a 40 card deck for sealed. So at least I think that is probably just gonna be true. For the colors, it's up in the air.
I think it's probably a no color limitation, but it probably does require exact names for links.
Right. Similar to how One Piece works.
Oh, for like the leader effects, yeah.
Leader effects, card effects, always that's why you had to print the rainbow Luffy.
It's a good pre-release leader, but just kind of outshined by PRB Sanji now, right?
That's true. Everything just has rush. I used to run
that one plays, but yeah.
I used to run the starter deck Yamato that would make itself 6k. That usually was pretty good in pre-release, and then just double attack Yamato now I imagine has some value.
Yeah, because even starter deck Kid's not playable anymore. It's just too slow. Which just shows you like how powerful the format is now for pre-releases. Kind of funny to think about that. It's likely 6 packs just because you can do 6 packs even. I guess you can do 4 packs evenly in 24, but if it's 40, I guess you could do 48 card pool into a 40 card deck. I don't see it being 30 though.
I think I just don't see them changing up the formula, right? It's 4 people per box, right?
Yeah.
I don't see them because our boxes are already different from Japan. So then to change it for English and then change it for just Gundam doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I think looking at this board, it definitely looks like it's more Taidana favored right now. But there is a chance Becker can come back if he has RX combinations with Amuros. I can see that being a real game changer.
We'll see. I mean, we spent a lot of time drawing, so it's really going to come down to what resources we have left.
So 3 is that show. Nope, it's an RX.
That's the first step. Amuro hits the board.
Gonna start dismantling this board of blockers as much as possible. Tap down 1 unit. What do we tap down though? Because like your ideal target is to get rid of the ale. I don't think your opponent's going to let you get the ale.
I think you tap down the ale personally, and you don't attack the ale. If you have another way to tap something down or bounce something else, you tap down 1 ale, and you just start attacking sword. Is there nothing to tap down? Are we confused by something? Oh, there we go. I'm going to tap down a nail strike. Alright, perfect strike. Going in on the offensive. Alright, we block with our zoom. Perfect strike does take some hits. Doesn't look like we're going to be able to unsuspend, so let's right, rest. Four resource here. Get the ale strike down. Rest 1 more. Kira.
Nope,
Suleta. So bounce the Lifrith. And now RX-78 to attack into... Honestly, I would do base personally, but I understand why we wouldn't. No, we're going to get the L strike out of here. So, double blocker into 2 attacks, 1 shield. If we have our own Amuro Ray, we just win the game, I believe.
Might be doing a show to try drawing into it. There's a show.
It's going to cut down our resources for this turn, though. 7 resources left to play out this turn. Amuro Ray would be 4 resources. Not really giving us another chance to seal this out. But here we go. We're going to attack with the Kira. What do we block with? What I guess it depends on what got rested down.
Yeah, one thing we never get is the declaration for who gets the shrinks. We can take assumptions for what the board state looks like, and it makes sense to have, but can't always get everything. But we do get the block from the perfect strike.
I feel like I would have let that attack through. I also kind of don't like the. I kind of also feel like we could have. No. Maybe not. I feel like there may have been a world where we could have attacked into the Archangel and not allow this restand going forward. Here's another Zoom. Here's the Lifrith. Here's a Razzle. And just
says, I'm going to try going for game next turn.
Right, do we have... We have 2 blockers. Do we have a way to get 2 blockers off the board? Probably not with this many cards, but I guess we'll see.
Double Elkira.
An Amuro into our perfect strike, and then a Kira into Ale would get it done. Here's 3. Perfect strike. Perfect
Perfect.
strike. And oh, the Sun God's not favoring that one, but I believe it was a swoop.
Yep, sounds right to me. So now Taidana is set up with saying, hey, I want to try going for lethal. Not quite doable. Because we got 5 blockers we have to get through.
Yeah.
Unless you have an Ale Amuro combination. I don't know if you can push enough on this turn.
Oh, brother. Yeah, I mean, how do you even route this turn for Taidana? You only have, I mean, I guess you start by attacking with your you just start by attacking with your blockers, right? You attack with Sword Strike. Your Sword Strike is sitting at 5 damage, so that might tick into you might eat a block from a Nail Strike that's too big. From there, Razzle can attack, but you will lose the Razzle to most, if not all, the blocks. The Sword Strike will get rid of these Woot though, but we are going to go Razzle first. I think Razzle you just block with the 1 health Ale Strike. Oh, actually, no. That's incorrect. Yeah, I like this. Get the block now. How many cards do we have left from Taidana? We have 3 cards, I believe, in hand. GQuux should have Xeon support.
Yeah, 10 resources here. I imagine we could probably dump Clip if we wanted to right now.
Yeah, I think we even have extra blockers in our hand.
Yeah. The Sword Strike bounces a Perfect Strike, which means there's 3 blockers and 1 life, but you're not getting enough damage in. So Rezel comes down. 4. That is the rebuild. Oh, 5, sorry.
Rebuild. 3 resources left. I guess my guess would be no pilots.
Looked like we just declared a pass.
All right, so we have 2 blockers. To 4, 1 link pair wins us the game. Sorry. No, we have 3 blockers on Taidana's side. Oh my goodness. So we need all these blockers to survive. If we can rest down 2 blockers, maybe? Next turn, Taidana is representing too many attacks.
Looking through our trash, thinking if we do draw, what could we potentially draw
What's
into?
even left in there? Yeah.
Drawing into and out.
Maybe we can. All right, that's 5. This is rebuild. Wow, rebuild into pass. Ugh. All right, Rezel attacks. We're gonna block with the Perfect Strike. Do we just have too many attacks? I think we finally have too many attacks. We might be going to game 3.
Yeah, I think it is possible. if there's a base last life, it's probably not going to go to game 3, but it'll be close.
Yeah. All right. No way we pass. Oh, we're playing. We're trying to play around base in life.
This game 2's over an hour. I believe it, but also I don't want to.
Oh.
Hey chat, we're playing best of 3. Are you having a good time?
Like 3 or 4 cards. There's Durabald. And pass. And I think it's just send everything sideways. Swing. Surely you win here, even if it's last base. Reminds me of Secon Mirrors back in the day. Yeah, it was an Amuro Ray. And we're going to game 3. Yeah, they just have plenty of attacks. We're just going to scoop it up. I think we learned our lesson here today, chat.
In case you guys are curious why we don't do normally best of 3s.
Also
or at least
untimed.
without a timer.
Or without a timer. That's I think that one's the key.
I'm hoping Friday we get an update, because typically Fridays we see updates from Bandai's side on their websites, right?
Yeah. Especially with starter decks so close. Excuse me. I like Digimon at best of 3. I don't think it's one of those things where I think nobody that plays Digimon disagrees that we should not be best of 3. It's all the organizers, and it's all the organizers that wanted to go back or go to best of 1 because of all the other Bandai card games being best of 1. However, I don't think anyone who plays Digimon wants best of 1. All right, we can get through this, chat. This is guaranteed the last game unless someone figures out how to DDoS either of them. DDoS, my bad. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Don't actually do that. That'd be weird. Don't be weird. I think if org/TOs want best of 1, it's just to save time and money. Yeah, that's 100% it, Michael. That's all it would be. That's the only reason they would want. They want best of. They want. I for a fact they want best of 1. I know that for a fact. We back. I think Digimon just needs to sideboard. Digi is to insta-win nowadays. I'm an advocate for sideboard personally. I don't know. I don't think like I've been an advocate for sideboard since like forever though. I don't think this particular meta deems it more necessary to have sideboards than a different meta. I've just been a proponent for sideboards, and honestly, I've been a proponent for sideboards in all Bandai card games, even the best of 1 games. You can I guess it would be weird in Gundam, to be fair. So you can't sideboard in Gundam because like you actually don't have any information as to what your opponent is playing until they play whatever color cards they are playing. But in One Piece, for at least, you know what their leader is before you even mulligan, shuffle, whatever. So you, just like in Flesh and Blood, you are allowed to, there is space for there to be a pre-game 1 side deck upon seeing what your opponent's leader is.
Yeah, the only way I can see it working in Gundam is if you just have like your deck list and you have to share your whole deck list with your opponent, and then you get a chance of siding with your side deck, just knowing what their main deck is.
Because Pokemon doesn't do that for their card game, right? But they do that for their VGC. You have to bring your list and give it to your opponent the whole way through.
I mean, to be fair, the game is very different when you can change your Pokemon type at any point, and that's the biggest reason.
Right. That's fair. I mean, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just understanding. I also, did you hear you say tournament organizers want best of one all the way across the tournament, top 8 and all? Yes. It's in their favor, right? Less time, less money. Just like factually. And then when, like, at least for Digimon in particular, a lot of the times you see the organizers for Bandai card games, they all do, the organizers you see for Digimon also do One Piece, also do Dragon Ball. They kind of do all the Bandai card games, and to just have this one that's just obnoxiously longer than all the other card games in terms of tournament length with less people. Like, we're not talking like One Piece that are selling out 1,000-player tournaments every time, right? This is Digimon that sells out 300, 256, whatever have you, right? So for a One Piece or for a Digimon tournament of 256 players being as long as a 1,000-player One Piece, I'm exaggerating, but you kind of get where I'm going with that. It's just not great for them. And then also, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I just want to make sure everyone knows we love y'all. Y'all have been great tonight.
Yeah, for sure.
It's been a long night, so if we're getting a little drained, it's not just y'all. It's not just us. It's not just the players. We're all seeing best of 3 on time. It's definitely a bit long.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you guys for sticking it out, man. I think they want best of 1 for other countries. I think here in the States prefer. Is it? If you watch Japan Bandai Top Cuts, it's all best of 1. Yes, and it's a travesty to watch every time. I've not watched a Japanese or an Eastern finals for Digimon that was like one of those games wasn't just like I didn't see rookie and get shut out and just like the stream is 5 minutes like. I think they want best of 1 for other countries. I think here in the United States, I mean, yeah, no, like the player base of Digimon as a whole in terms of the West all prefer best of 3 for sure. I don't think anyone's advocate. I mean, if they are, you can introduce them to me and we can debate it live or something. But
yeah, I think it's mostly as an organizer you'll see it more often.
Yeah.
Because I know back when I was in Texas, we have like 40 people Digimon locals, and best of 1 was an actual consideration just so we can have like time on our nights. Yeah. Like we never finish a bracket anyways, so we're like, yeah, might as well just make it more casual. Because pricing is not that crazy top heavy. It's just like you're playing for 4 packs type of thing.
Can you imagine 1-round fighting games or 1 stock Smash tournaments? We have stores over here that do best of 1, some do best of 3, and some do best of 3 with sideboard. I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, whatever your local scene wants to do, I guess I respect that, but I feel like everyone should be playing, for the most part, the same rule set. Adding side decks to a game that doesn't have side deck officially, I think is a little too far. Stretching it, yeah. Changing it to best of 1, like Eagle said, to where you kind of give your players the chance to go home, that's a different story. So you get a bit of every format. That's cool though, either way. Best of 1 is fine if it's pools. It sucks there, but more understandable. But Top Cut best of 1 is insane. In Eastern, yeah. In Eastern, I also agree. Because that's how the Eastern tournaments... Oh, I know. Yeah, the Eastern tournaments are run best of 1 even after Top Cut. I think they actually started changing that for Worlds. Worlds is now best of 3, which is nice. But either way. Slow starts for both players, though. Just getting things off the ground, trading, show of resolving. uh on what's it called? Overflowing affection. Here's my thing. I don't get spending hundreds traveling just to get janked in best of one. I will say I did take advantage of this myself. I've had matches that lasted 14 seconds. Yeah, no, for sure. I don't think anyone's disagreeing with you. And I will always be on the side of best of three, but at the end of the day, there are financials and organizers that have to be taken considerative.
It's also physical limits too for some people.
Yeah, as well. Best part of playing aggro in tournaments was having short matches. I'll never forget. Oh, man, that brings me a story of. I'll never forget. I went to one of. Risu doesn't play in regionals or big tournaments often, but in one of the ones I did play, it was in person. It was at a Collecticon, and the guy was playing like D Brigade, and he was playing like he would end his best of three in like 15 minutes, 10 minutes, and he was so cocky. And this is the kind of people I hate and I hope are no longer in the Digimon community. But he would just play with his hand open, like he would just put his hand down and just play D Brigade in line and beat his opponents out in 15. Eventually lost, thank God, but it's just like that snotty, bratty I have so many words for people like that. It's just toxic confidence. I don't know what you want to call it, but that guy lives in my brain rent free for that.
I was going to say, like, my closest I really have for that is Miami Regional for One Piece that did pretty recently. I just played Bello Betty right before lunch break. I played against a blue purple Luffy. He had 0 counter in his hand. I had the Karasu Ivankov combo. I killed him on my 6th dawn turn. He shook my hand and I said, "Let's get some lunch early." And he gladly agreed.
Nice.
Back when I had a winning record with Bello Betty.
Bello Betty's like a meta relevant deck right now, right?
Yes, it is a very good deck right now. Just because it can answer the 6k leaders with ease.
Right, you just get up to 7k if anything, and you beat them before giants become too much of a problem. I kind of got a bad rep with some. Wasn't my goal to troll, but it's the rules. I played Blitz way faster than aggro. Oh, for Flesh and Blood? Is that what you're talking about? Best part of playing aggro in tournaments is everything. BSS was kind of broken though. You could make Exodia hands. Not many did it though. I myself got beat so fast they removed it from the official stream. Oh, that's funny. And it was best of one. Paid $600 to go there, forcing the Luffys to giant on like 6 to 7 dawn feels so good. Lol. That makes sense.
You know, I actually lost to a blue purple Luffy that gummed on their 7 dawn turn twice in a row.
Oh wow.
I got double god threaded those other turns.
Wow.
They survive a turn and then they god thread the turn. I survive a turn, then they god thread the turn, and then I said, that's game.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah, Taidan's been really aggressive this game, just constantly having the links to bounce the blockers to hand. And just... My guess is Becker will start taking advantage of that sooner than later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, getting another card draw with our base. And pressing 2, this is going to be, white base, yeah, or 3-3, why not? And then it looks like we pass turn, so not a great hand from Becker. And we're just going to attack, get rid of that base, no more free units. Going to restand with our white base. And we got a full 7 resource for the rest of, or 6 resource for the rest of this turn. I want to know if that event, the blue purple event Sanji is gonna be any good. That's my. I keep trying to find my into One Piece again, but every time
Dude,
I'm like,
I'm excited for that deck. Here's my perspective.
Hmm.
My friends and I, you know how they give out the Dawn sleeves? So like, here's your pack of 10 Dawn sleeves.
Yeah.
Well, we got the Sanji Dawn sleeves. Collectively, between my friends and I, we have earned 5 packs of Dawn sleeves. We're going to be sleeving up blue purple Sanji, the Sanji Dawn sleeves that we've earned because they're not really worth anything to sell, but it's hilarious and a fun story to tell.
Oh, that's pretty cool. About to bring my black red cyber new type deck. Oh, blue red. Oh,
It's okay, you weren't the only one who read black also.
Yeah, because there's no black in this game, so we can actually use B for blue. Weird.
Yeah. Digimon, we have to use U and
U and B
for the
yeah.
colors, respectively.
One Piece as well.
Yeah, because there's black and blue in both of those.
Why does very well versus blue white blockers Rakdos UR yeah. It's just one of those things that forever I think blue is just gonna be U in card games just because of Magic.
Yeah.
And Taidana having the blockers this match. And we're gonna pass turn, I think. Oh no, we're not passing turn. We still got
No.
plenty to do, yeah.
Just mapping out the turn. But my guess is Becker's drawing a lot of pilots, probably. There's the Ale for 3 now. A perfect strike. Makes sense.
Nice.
And turn pass.
Blockers. Really want to see the Mirada pilot. The Disney princess? What are you... Doesn't her mom turn into a bear or something? That's not a Gundam. Y'all crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got 9 resources. We're attacking with our Illstrike with the potential to restand with Archangel. We're gonna let that through. It is just a Dara Blade. 2 to restand. Probably not gonna. Don't see ourselves attacking with the Lifrith. Show of Resolve, leaving us with 4 resources for the rest of this turn. 4 come down. Probably a Razzle and another Lifrith. Really just representing game this turn, but this could just be where Becker is able to
Take control,
dump clip a little bit, and just establish blockers for the rest of the game. That
Taidana says, you know what, we've played for quite a while. I'm going to start turning as many cards sideways as I can.
yeah, so we're going to start this turn with a show of affection. Or overflowing affection. So that puts us at 8 Dawn for the rest, or 8 resources for the rest of this turn. Can we? Oh, we're ready. Thinking, how many are we gonna use? Here's one more. Probably looking at an Armoro or a Kira. No. Archangel. So we get to play with all the cards that are going to be available to us through our life for the rest of the game, which is nice. Also makes any future attacks even more annoying because they will be trying to attack into this 5 life base unless we see an RX-78 paired. Here's a Kira that's gonna bounce probably one of these Lifriths with a Razzle. It doesn't probably the Razzle. Yeah, just
yeah. It makes sense because you don't want him swinging in, making awkward decisions for you.
Absolutely. And we are going to attack into our opponent's Archangel. Rest 2 to restand. Interesting we didn't choose to block that. I feel like... Alright, I'm going to play another Ale Strike. It's our turn again. Probably going to see Yeah, I think we've crossed the idea that we're now in the blocker world, the blocker wall. We're losing syllables.
Risu down, Risu down. Hey, for all 27 y'all hanging in there still with the two of us, we appreciate y'all. Y'all are a fantastic audience, and
You don't have
really
to be
happy
here, and I appreciate that.
I'm just happy we're able to put a show on for you all.
Mm-hmm. All right. What is our turn? We drew for turn. Our hand is somewhere. I don't know where it went. Our hand is now our resources. Looking at our trash to see if we can draw anything relevant for maybe a overflowing affection or show of resolve. Okay.
We're both just kind of there right now.
That both of them too. Homie's gone through like half a pack of cigarettes. That's exaggerating. I think he's had 2. Taidana's given up on holding their hand. Just playing with their resources instead. Or is it... Oh, we're debating the block. Because we attacked with our Ale Strike. Ooh, can Taidana just win here? I didn't expect them to actually let the base through.
That is true, Ryan. This is the last game.
Yeah, we have the link pair. We'll get a show of resolve, I believe. We get back the show of resolve. Do we have the second link pair? All right, we attack with. We attacked with the rebuild, aerial rebuild. 2 razzle into. Damn it.
Got rid of the blocker though.
The board was progressed for Taidana's side. However, Becker does have 5 cards in hand, so we should be, and the 1 card is a show of resolve, which we did not play. I'm still impressed that I'm still just impressed that, like, I mean, if that was just Amuro Ray, this game would have been over. Maybe it would have been worth it to use the show of resolve, but this gets the job done too in terms of actually clearing a body. Now our opponent has 10 resources to try to clear 4 or 5 attacks without an Archangel. Maybe they have, here's 3. Perfect Strike will bounce nothing.
Taidana does not have EX base, no, Dan. He does not. He
Yeah.
is not that far ahead.
Yeah.
Just moderately.
Yeah, I think Taidana has like the full 4. Like I'm thinking like 4 shields. It's a little blurry. All right, so here's Perfect Strike. That's 3 blocks to 5 attacks. 7 down or 7 resource. God help me if I ever have to do this game professionally. All
Or at
right,
least a best of 3 on time.
this is 5 resources being used. No, I more meant like crossing language for Dawn versus energy versus mana.
Oh, I gotcha. And
Oh,
Becker
we
does
have an
another
Archangel
base.
too. Oh my god, please show a resolve. Draw 2 cards. Show me
I think
Amuro.
Taidana's digging for double Amuro, I bet.
Show me Amuro, please. Okay, yeah, that 2 Amuros right here. Bah. Bah. Please. I don't have favorites.
Watch a hawk. Just close it out, though.
Oh, don't say that.
Hawk bounced the Rezel.
We let...
There goes the base.
Okay, there goes the base again, so... You definitely attack Rezel. Kira, okay. Swing Lifrith. Interesting.
Is there a Dara Blade Suleta Link in hand?
That would be sick.
Oh, I think he's playing around Hawk with exactly that. If there's a Suleta Dara Blade in hand, he plays around Hawkem and Endymion, right? Okay, you can't do that now.
Alright. So instead of 2 Amuro Rays, which would have won us the game, we drew 2 Kiras.
Which is forcing blocks.
Which is forcing blocks. I'm not drunk, I'm just tired. I don't drink. I'm sober. I'm not fun. That's why I go to Chuck E. Cheese's instead of Dave and Buster's.
If there's one thing Taidana's good at, it's turning his guys sideways to swing.
Okay.
Exact same thing here. Forcing blocks.
Another block, and then do you attack with the Gook?
You can't. It cannot attack players.
But you can attack into the ale.
I think he's just going to chill and protect his bigger guys.
That's logical. Okay. Just 1 card in Taidana's hand. We don't know what it is. 3 cards for Becker. We don't know what either of those are, but I imagine it's not a pilot due to us having rebuilt here. Having rebuilt here definitely tells me that we should... Oh, there's the pilot or the base. Oh, Sulieta.
On the rebuild, so pick up a show probably.
Definitely a show.
Three for the show.
2 for the money.
Wing Suleta and get a resource back.
And get 1 resource back. Yeah, it works.
Yeah, that's the rhyme we're going for.
Yeah. Alright, so no Archangel means we can't really attack with this Hail Strike, unfortunately. Hopefully no base. Or no, yeah, so we could see a white base. We haven't... I think we saw a white base early, but another white base could easily come down. That's only 1 resource for that. Or an Archangel, again, making the attacks really awkward. And here we go. We go 3 resources. What could we be playing here? Is this Launcher? Launcher's 3. RX-78 is 3, which could be the rest we're looking for. Also, interesting enough, actually, we used the Sulieta on the rebuild instead of the Ale Strike. If we had used it on the Ale Strike, we could have potentially bounced one of these attacks back and then played for board potentially. Six resources means, I mean, I definitely see a launcher coming down. I don't see another show of resolve. We need into this board with no life and no shields. We need.
Yeah, swing, get the resource back? Question mark.
No, going to RX-78
RF.
first.
Pilot to go with it. Amuro.
We have the Amuro. Nice. That's gonna.
That means we can play for board.
That means we can play for board. Yes. All right.
Yeah, Becker definitely playing out for board, trying to deny as much as possible from Tidana. And now you do have enough for a Archangel to restand the AL, but the issue is you don't have enough HP to survive into any of these swings unless you're going against Lifrith.
Mm-hmm.
So this swing is probably going into one of the Kira units. And
Yeah,
then
absolutely. In no world do you attack the
Lifrith is, or the Zwoot is, is that a Zwoot? Yeah, that is a Zwoot. It is a 3/2.
Yeah. Where did this attack go? Into the Rezel. Fair.
Rezel down.
I like that. I like that because if we do end our turn on a base, then they don't have a single 5 damage that can come down. Oh,
Powerblade bounces the other unit.
That's a link pair though, is it not?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
And because the Zwoot can't attack life, it is not guarantee game. So we need either an Amuro or we need a Link. It is possible that we have one or both. We could also see Hawkem and Endymion coming down. There's Hawkem and Endymion coming down. So that, I think Tidana was also playing around that really hard when he attached.
Oh, we have the perfect strike. We win.
No, because he blocks head 2.
Oh, does it not bounce the?
No, Zwoot can't attack face either.
Yeah. I meant like I thought the guy got bounced. I thought.
I mean, I will say, one card in hand.
And we scoop it up. Oh my god, chat. We did it. Oh my god, Tidana takes the whole thing. I hope he says yes to your interview and you guys do that tonight.
Not tonight, but...
Oh, that was a ride, chat. Oh my god. I hope you guys enjoyed the slog of the Eddic. It was high skill games. It's just for us on the East Coast, almost 1 o'clock. I got a doctor's appointment to go tomorrow too. Yeah. So we got stuff done. I am so happy that you guys decided to stay. It means a lot that you guys decided to stay with us for the entirety of this day. So, yeah, just so you guys know, this is a tournament we run every Wednesday. Let me see if I can get the proper slide up for you guys, but we run this show every Wednesday for the Gundam TCG. Proxy's legal. Next week is going to be the start of season 1. Today you just watched the end of season today you just watched the end of season 1, where we just awarded Tidana the champion of our 11th week season with a sealed beta Gundam box, where you guys get it. That thing's worth a good amount of money at this point, especially now that there's revealed exclusive arts in that set. So a lot of people are going to be valuing that highly, thankfully. And then from there, I think the other important thing to talk about is definitely the July 19th. We are doing win a beta alt art. So you see them on the screen. Eagle has a collection of beta alt arts he's giving out to winners. Depending on the turnout, first place gets their choice, and depending on turnout, we could potentially see second place, third place, and fourth place even get a card of, at least a card, maybe not of their choice, but That is going to be in 2 weekends, 3 weekends from now, depending on which way you want to count it. But enjoy. I think, and I hope you guys come for season 2 to once official release is out and people are actually playing with real cards. Proxies are still going to be legal for us. That's just how we do things here at Eagle's Nest, and we love that we do that. So that's not changing. That being said,
I was going to say it's done nothing but help. But yeah, I was going to say we're getting to wrap out. Thank you so much again, everyone. Season 2 starts next week. We're tired as casters. We're tired as players. We're going to be heading out.
Thanks, you guys. Good night, everybody.
Yeah.